all came in. Then there's an alarm mustering point car park, all gather, have briefing. Why we are also called. Hence is just turn to your down, also turn walk down the get to just after where they sell running again further briefing all be due moment. I go or move to yeah, we came early just to have a lot. Also people come us that were 50 moments of the day gently, month or so, very hot. Affects every part of Nigeria. Why we are sure that we don't but before we know what we need to do, we need to also be aware of what excessive heat body. Body can cause what we call heat stroke, where body temperature touch some things. Let's avoid stress or heat. What do we need to do? First thing, course, number one is to hydrate. Wait till your STB. Hydrate. Advise that more of 2 liters. I say that is according to your body's depending on hydrate. First thing. Second thing we need to try our best. Why is that? Back absorbs avoid clothes that they are also try and get access to last but not the how we can want to welcome. Additional information is that half but
Thank you so much. Morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. Well, to say good morning. More time, please. If you're still behind, kindly please move forward. Right away, we're going. Yes, thank you very much. One more time, we're all welcome to the 11th edition of the PDC. My name is Rume Daniels, and I have me, Mrs. Cynthia, standing right table, lovely looking woman right. So together we'll be anchoring this together. A great conference is about information, but more also about inspiration, connection, networking, of course, the transformation, ultimate. For everyone attending this experience, amazing inspiration to amazing net beyond. So this would love to go on to our next item. His welcome address. I'm going to take the address of James R. Thompson. Thank you.
Hello, fellow safety and health professionals and honored guests. I'm Jim Thornton, President of the American Society of Safety Professionals. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this outstanding professional development conference and exposition. I'm proud to say the ASSP Nigeria chapter has been one of our most active and engaged chapters for many years. Each year, this conference has played an important role in advancing the work of safety and health professionals across Africa. Thank you for your continuing to expand your knowledge and professional skills to help your companies better protect workers and achieve greater business success. The theme of this year's event is Living Safety, and I think that really says it all. We must encourage our organizations and our workers to truly live safety by incorporating safety and health values into daily operations and personal routines. The new ideas you acquire and the professional connections you make at this conference will help you create a more sustainable environment and a safer and healthier future for workers. I'm thankful to have attended industry conferences like this one throughout my career. It is a great way to learn about best practices, industry trends, and the latest product innovations. This event is an example of how ASSP and our 35,000 global members are working together for a safer, stronger future. In closing, thank you for attending this conference and expo. Our jobs as occupational safety and health professionals are among the most important careers anywhere. Keep up the great work and enjoy your time learning and connecting. Thank you very much.
This is the way safety. Can we say it to ourselves? I live safety. I live safety. Because safety is supposed to be a culture. We live it. And how else can safety be celebrated except for professionals like you and I? So on this note, I would like to call up our able, beautiful, capable, collectible, well-packed, running over, professional. Our able president of 2024 ASSP Nigerian chapter, President Fatima. Please let's clap for her to welcome her, give her speech. Thank you.
Right? So I just quickly want to, my boss is not here, but they say give respect to whom respect is due. And I'm saying thank you, sir, even though he's not here, for giving me the opportunity and allowing me to leave the office and be here. And to my chairman, thank you so much, sir, for coming. Uncle Dare, I don't call you Mr. again, you're not my uncle. Thank you so much. My real admirer, I appreciate you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so the topic that we have, theme for our safety 2024 is living safety. Dear attendees, you are highly welcome to Abuja and ASSP Nigeria Chapter 2024 Professional Development Conference and Exhibition. The Living Safety 2024 is packed full of over 18 concurrent sections. We have the ASSP, WISE and PPE parade that will be coming up tomorrow by 5 p.m. Exhibitors, general section, and the plenary section with seasoned professionals who will inspire and motivate you as a leader in the OSH profession. This year, PDC 2024 exposes all to the latest innovations, practices, and ideas in the safety industry through engaging educational events made available in a wide variety of learning formats and section types. It connects you to a wealth of education opportunities, giving you the practical information that you can put to use now and in the future. The choices we make today will determine how successful and how relevant we are tomorrow. We encourage you to effectively participate during the concurrent section, general section, and the plenary section. Listen, share, and engage with your professional colleagues and friends. Take ample time to visit the exhibition, which will be declared open soon when we finish the section, and discuss with exhibitors about the latest in OSH products and services. Network with those around you and exchange ideas. We encourage you to read through this brochure. Living Safety 2024 has a quite lot for every OSH professional here. We wish you the very best stay in Abuja. And once again, I thank you all as we keep further to our program. Thank you so much.
Please come and put our hands together. Celebrate Mrs. Zubera. Okay, so we're going to have a very brief speech by our PDC chairman. Before we commence this morning, he is no other person, an engineer, Professor Ibrahim Onwe Abdul Malik. Please let's celebrate him and receive him to the podium this morning. Please let's go ahead and put our hands together.
In the name of God, the beneficent, the most merciful. Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you to this all-important event. I felt highly honored to chair this important event today in Abuja. My emergence as the chairman of this occasion might not be by accident. I'm a trained engineer who qualify as a professor of manufacturing system. I have been confronted with practical and obvious issues of safety while I work in the UK and in Nigeria as well. Safety, they say, is life. Living safety is not just a campaigning, but it's an enthronement for sustainability of life. Here around the world, especially in the third world, we still look at safety as an option. Safety is never an option. It is the highest law to be obeyed. So while we are deliberating on the thematic sub-theme of this conference, I urge everyone to have a very fruitful conversation, and I beseech Almighty Allah to take control of this occasion so that at the end of the day, Nigeria and Africa by extension will imbibe the culture of safety, and all of us will be saved, for prosperity. Thank you, everyone. I welcome you to this occasion.
We can do better. Can we appreciate our chairman for the event? Awesome speech. The next gentleman that we're calling up, because he's our keynote speaker. I am too small. If it were by qualification, call upon him. But I have been promoted this morning by the committee to do this big job. Our keynote speaker is no other person than Dr. Victor Osadare. Our keynote speaker is so big that is recognized both internationally, worldwide, locally, in the nooks and cranny, in the tops and the mighty, the CEOs, the presidents, they know him. He is the CEO of Better Way Groups of Company, a seasoned financial and management consultant, a security expert, experienced banker, forensic investigator, oil and gas strategist, but practicing in Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Europe, name it. He has a great diversity. He is a leadership development expert, risk management, business strategy, financial reporting, and fraud investigator. Dr. Victor is well lettered. He holds BSc, MSc, MBA, and PhD in strategy, TIU, USA, MBA, Harvard. He has attended different courses in Euro Money, London, Tokyo Learning Center, Stroke Business School, Harvard Business School, and LBS. He is a certified CMD and World Bank trainer, a consultant to NMPC, CBN, PTDF, World Health Organization, German government, World Bank, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, NAMB, NIS, Nigerian Police. Are you people clapping in this place? Nigerian Police, PENCOM, National Association of Optometrists, NAFDAC, Nigerian Air Force, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Nigerian Judicial Council, PTDPP, PRA, AMCON, TCN, House of Rep, Pentagon, Nigerian Senate. The list is endless. The list is endless. Please consult me for the download of all his resume. He's also the council member of the Institute of Operation Management and one of the foremost forensic auditors in Nigeria. He is an author, among other things. He is a social psychologist. That one, he will not consult for free. I'm now his PA. He's a life coach, a professional mentor. He's an enterprise public speaker. If you want to get that business rolling and you don't know how to do it, you know who to meet. But you have to meet me first. Please, jam your hand together for our able speaker, keynote speaker for this options event, Dr. Victor Osadare. Please clap for him. Clap for him, sir. I'm not worthy to you are just too much.
Thank you, Enterprise MC. I have a big problem with this profile. I was struggling with Angela and Suberu that they shouldn't put it. Because some of my helpers have stopped helping me. Because I was sitting with Rear Admiral, he was already telling me they have collected all the money in Nigeria. Thank you so much for that. The most important part of my CV that you didn't mention is humanity. I think we should clap. And I think if there's any CV anyone should chase deliberately, it should be humanity. All right, so I'm going to do something because the climate is too cold for me. I like to share thoughts in climates that are fired up. So we're going to stand up and go to 7 people, warmly welcome them, find out their names. If you have time, the name of their wife, deputy wife, assistant wife, assistant wife, deputy husband. How was your flight and everything? Please, can you just rise? Let's be upstanding. Can we just go around and just greet somebody warmly, welcome them? Please find out, exchange some cards, and please feel free. And let's relax people. Let's relax the climate. Let's make the climate very beautiful. Yes, fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic, yeah, fantastic. Fantastic, yeah. Let's come and greet our chairman. He's a professor. You better come and greet him. Fantastic. Yeah. Nobody came to me. Nobody came to me. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my big brother. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. Let's settle in. President-elect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, this is nice. Yeah, it's good to do this as professionals. This bonding is required. This bonding is part of the conference. It's part of the conference. So let's bond. Let's bond. All right. So we can have our seats. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Fantastic. Yes. This is nice. And those of you that are registering, please come in so that we can share thought together. Yes, yes, fantastic. All right. Thank you. All right, thank you so very much for obeying a small boy like me. And I'm sure you enjoy what you did. Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate Rear Admiral for making our time to grace this occasion. Thank you, sir, for leaving your very busy schedules to grace this occasion. Thank you, sir. Professor, thank you so much. My very distinguished senior colleague in the academia. I used to be lecturing in some universities until my hand became so full, so I had to leave it. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for making our time to support our big sister and this very wonderful occasion. All the leaders in the past, all the past presidents and past executives that have served meritoriously to bring this society to where it is today, I say thank you. And of course, the sitting president, my big sister and my friend, and also the advisor, all of you that made today very possible, I send my regards to you. And of course, the president-elect, I saw him coming in and out. Thank you so much. And the press, the technical, don't fail to see me before I go. I like to support technical a lot so that I don't spoil my presentation. Yes. All right. So I'm just going to share thoughts on leadership. So let me lay a foundation. One of the failure of leadership is punctuality. And it happens today. One of the very worst failure of leadership is agreeing on a time and not keeping to it. It might look very cheap. I practice all over the world. And I remember I went to conduct a training in Rwanda. And we were to see the president of Rwanda with some senators of the Federal Republic. And the man got there before some senators. And he told me, he said, "Doctor, these senators will not enter this hall." It was a big disgrace. We booked an appointment with the president of a country, and some of our people were walking in. Only 5 senators out of 28 were seated before Paul came in. And the man said the door should be shut. And that is part of the discussion he's going to have with them. Eventually, he opened the door because they are disgracing citizens of Nigeria. However, I think if there's anything we need to change, we need to respond to punctuality. Can we begin to build that culture? There's no leadership if you can't keep to time. There's no leadership. Please, let's keep to time. So let me lay a foundation. Purpose. I'm speaking on leading with purpose. So I want to just say a few things about what is purpose. Purpose is a living organism. Purpose has life. It has a life. It can grow. It can change. It is dynamic. You can have a purpose, and once there's a problem, you start tweaking it to suit the vision that you want to achieve. But the most important thing about purpose is to have clarity. So a leader with a purpose is still facing another challenge called clarity. And once purpose is not clear, you can't run with it. You can't run with it. So purpose shapes and reshapes. I'm laying foundation. I'm going to run my slides for about 30, 40 minutes. Then we click glasses on some questions. Purpose shapes and reshapes behaviors. It helps you to mobilize your energies. Once you set a goal and a purpose, it helps you to know what kind of people do I need? What kind of resources do I need? How much amount in cash flow do I need to run? When should I run? What level of speed and vigor and momentum do I need to engage to go after my purpose? What kind of climate do I need to create to achieve the purpose? So purpose is that particular thing that drives energy. It drives the energy. It drives resources. It shapes resources. It shapes human resources. It shapes strategy. It tells you what to do, what not to do, how to run, how to speak, how to write, what to do, when to do. So purpose is critical to leadership outing and leadership success. Without purpose, a leader has no direction. And when you hear leadership barrenness, anytime you hear the word leadership barrenness, It is because the leader has no purpose. Because no leader is truly barren. Once they have a purpose, they have some level of fruits, an outcome. Once a leader does not have positive outcome, the leader is barren. And leadership barrenness is credited to lack of purpose. Permit me to say this before I go into my slide. As a leader who you are at any level, in any organization, be it in the military, be it in the academia, be it in the hospitality, in the financial institution, anywhere you are, if you're a leader and you don't have a purpose that is clear, you can never win an applause. You can never make impact, and you may not even make heaven. Sorry, are we together? Sorry, are you angry? This thing looks like an uneasy calm. Let's bring our fingers out. Just shake your fingers. Shake, shake, shake. Shake it, shake it. When I say mosquito, mosquito, you say, when I say catch him, you catch him. When I say kill him, you kill him. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch him. No, you catch him first before you kill him. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch him. Catch him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Hygiene, hygiene, hygiene. Fantastic. So what is leadership? Leadership is a continuous. I'm going to take it like 3 times. For those of you that may not have access to the tape, so you can write. Leadership is a continuous and unending journey towards achieving a set goal or purpose to the benefit of all stakeholders. I take that again. Leadership is not a destination, it's a journey. It's unending. It's an unending journey towards achieving an objective, a purpose, a goal, to achieve a set goal to the benefits of all stakeholders, everyone. The staff, the customer, the suppliers, everyone connected to that vision, to that goal must derive benefits. That once the derivatives impact everyone, it means you are leading with purpose. So let's look at purpose as it relates to leadership. I've defined leaders. Who is a leader? The man that is on a journey that will never end to achieve purpose, to achieve goal. This organization is a going concern. This society is a going concern. And we have leaders coming in and going, right? The purpose is safety and security. And so the purpose remains, but leaders comes and go. In few months, Fatima will be exiting, somebody else will come. It's a going concern, right? But everyone that have come must understand that there's a goal and there's a purpose to be achieved, and that goal, until this society ended, the goal continues. So purpose is a living organism. The man that runs the purpose needs to understand that for purpose to achieve impact and to have bottom line that can be credited to humanity as impact, the purpose must be alive. And the man that keeps purpose alive is the human being called the leader. Are we good? Sorry, are we good? So why should a leader be purposeful? Because there is a clear vision of the ASSP to be achieved. Very clear. You heard the president, the global president, he had clarity of vision. He knows what he's talking about. He knows what he wants to achieve. He's been running it and he's sharing it. Once you have a vision, 3 things need to be done. Number 1, the vision needs to be clear. So a purposeful leader have clear vision, clarity of vision, clarity of purpose. I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to get out of it. The second is that the vision must be shared. A purposeful leader must share the vision. And the vision should be owned. You can imagine if some executive of this very distinguished society are not seated here. That is leadership failure. If there's any executive, Fatima, if any of your executives is not here and it's not a life-threatening issue, it's leadership failure. And if anybody knows such person and you want to come and attack me, let me give you 3 things why you cannot attack me. Number 1, I'm a black belt in judo, and I've done range 1 and range 2. He knows. Number 2, my mother is a witch. So in case if you are coming from that side. Number 3, I'm a child of God. So anything I say here, I will not repent. You can't attack me. I'm insulated and I'm defended. Are we good? I'm very serious. You can't be a leader in this kind of society and you are not here. You can't be a leader in this kind of society and you didn't contribute to this conference. I have made my contribution. AXA. Yeah, I don't belong here. I'm a guest speaker. But I made my contribution in my own little way. It's sacrificial. So purposeful leadership is to deliver best and robust. Best and robust. Once you hear robust outcome or robust thing, it means that the outcome is big enough to make impact. The meaning of robust outcome is a business outcome that is good enough to make desired impact and even more. And the most important thing about purposeful leadership is that every stakeholder has the benefits. So why do people fight for leadership position? Why do I want to become the president of ASSP? Maybe impact, yes, correct. Economic gain, this I think if I'm wrong, correct me, is an NGO. This it's not is this a profit-making organization? Do you make profit here? So if anybody is coming and fighting to be a leader, you need to ask me, why are you fighting? Somebody needs to tell me why they're fighting. Why the turbulence? Yeah, why are you fighting to be a leader of this place? So one of the things that will amaze you is that some people want to become leader for vengeance. Yeah, they want to take over. Once I become president, I go show them. I just say, wait, now, me, I go win the election. Watch me now. We forget all this, all this nonsense. Where Angela, they do up and down. Make a head to finish now. They go see. They never know me and they look them. Some people come to leadership to deal with people. They have a list of people they want to deal with. Professor, and once they come into leadership, they say, one after the other, they put your name and your picture. Once they finish, they remove it. And some people come because of status. You now do a card, the president, Nigerian chapter, ASSP. All right, thank you. What's your flight? Yeah, my card, thank you. Go and check its bottom line, not contributing. President, you're the president. Oh, how are you, sir? Oh, Riyad Nora. Oh, you remember me? The president, ASSP, status. Just status. If you see my card, there's nothing written on it. My card is plain. Card. My business card, there's nothing. You don't see all those FCMB, nothing. It's plain. My name, what I do, and my number. Leadership is not in the noise, it's in the impact. It's not in the noise. It's not in the status, no. It's not in the position. It's not in the economic gain. It's not in the vengeance. It's in the impact, number 1. Becoming a strong leader means that you are making stronger impact. That's what it means. So if this is your vision, then anybody that is coming as a leader must not be seeing economic gain. Must not be seeing status. No. Must not see vengeance. Must see only this. If this is why you are created, if this is why you evolve, if this is your battle cry, then it means that whoever is contesting or trying to be a leader at any level, committee level, society level, any level at all, any level at chapter level, should be seeing this as the purpose of my leadership. Fatima, this is your purpose. This is why you came. President-elect, where are you? Tell the man to leave logistics and come and sit down. He needs this lecture. Tell him. This is the purpose why you're coming as president-elect. It's not about, I'm not in charge. You pay my accommodation, you pay my flight ticket. Those things, you can take them over if you are a leader that is well collected. That's leadership. I've been a leader in several places. I don't look at those gains. I lead. I create the path. It's called path finding. I belong to the Charter Institute of Accounting. I pay for my conference materials as a senior fellow, and I pay my hotel when we go for conference. Yeah, I pay. I pay those things. See, it's part of the sacrificial thing that you need to do as a mark of leadership. So you must lose things. If you're a leader, you are not ready to lose. You have no business with leadership. You must be ready to lose things. You lose and keep losing. You lose electrifying. You lose and lose. So let's quickly talk about the seed of purposeful leader. A purposeful leader, thank you, is the one that delivers results within deadline. The first one, the seed, is called the S, the E, and the D. So a purposeful leader achieves this as his result parameter. And the first thing he does is to achieve things within deadline. Within the time that is allotted to achieve a goal or a sub-goal, once a leader delivers within the time that is given, it means the man is purposeful. Every purpose has got time allotted to it. Purpose is not purpose if it is not time-bound. Goals are not goals if they don't have deadlines of achievement. So once a leader, please, can you take this? Take me off. Don't show me again. I know fine. Show my board. The purpose of my coming here is not my jacket. Leave this jacket. Show this thing. Thank you. Technical. Speed. Speed is talking about deadline management. Deadline. And once goals and purpose are delivered and they are clear, you need to deliver. Not just on the goal, but within the time frame that is given in the relevance and the expected impact of that goal. Absolutely. Then the second one is expertise. You want to be a leader, there are a set of skills that you must have. President-elect, there are skills that you must have. Is by force. Fatima, you must have people skill, emotional intelligence skill. You must have some expertise to accommodate witches and wizards because they are part of your members. Some of your members are witch. You must accommodate them. You cannot sack them. You cannot exit them. They are members. Some are even executive. They are witches, they are wizards. But you must accommodate them. Emotional intelligence skill. Ability to take nonsense from people. Otherwise, you are not supposed to be a leader if you cannot take nonsense. Because one of the key issues that confront leadership in our time is ability to absorb nonsense, to take people, convert stupid people to an idiot, to proper people. The new definition of leadership is taking complexity and complication and converting them to achieve a goal. Not when they give you every resources. When there are no resources, there are no proper human being, there's no proper climate, and you are still delivering results, you are a true leader. But if I give you the right climate, the right resources, the right working tools, the right supervision, the right cash flow, and you say you are a leader, you are not a leader. The test of leadership is your ability to transform those inadequacies, those inefficiencies to positive results. Sorry, are we good? What was my last statement? My last statement is what was my last statement? Clap now if you want to clap. Expertise stands on two legs. The first leg is called skill. A skillful rear admiral. He's gone to Boko Haram Center and come back free. No problem. He has gone everywhere. He fought the civil war. He's still standing. Skillful. Can we clap for him? You think it's easy? Where are you for one day? You go know now. A skillful enterprise MC. Skill is a measure of your disposition that can be seen, that can make impact. Knowledge is the second leg of expertise. And knowledge means four things. It means the quality information that's available to a leader. A leader must have quality information. What is quality information? You must have correct information, complete information, and usable information. As a leader, you must have it. The second thing that makes expertise for a leader is a leader must have quantitative information. You must have facts and statistics. Did you prepare food for us here? Is there food? Now, what statistics are you working with? If you don't have figure that you are working with, you are either going to waste food or some people will starve. And either way, they will still insult you. I hope you know Nigerians are wicked. They say, just waste food now. See, how many people come now? You go book for 1,000, I just waste. If you know, they say, even the rice, be like saying a panadol. The meat where they put now, panadol. The meat on top of the rice, be like panadol. I know what they worry there, Fatima. Panadol. It's better they just give us rice without meat. If it's inadequate, it's a problem. If it is over, it's a problem. But the only way to go close to not getting those insults is to have facts, statistics. And as a leader, part of your expertise is to go after quantitative information. Information that can be measured. Information that are factual, that are measurable, that are scientific, that are statistical. How many people are we expecting from Lagos? 55 people. How many delegates from Port Harcourt? 50. Okay, let's give rough and dirty 60. Okay, how many Riyadh coming? About 2 of them. Okay, how many oddly are they coming with? About 5. So if we are making provision, so if you have those numbers ringing in your brain as a leader, it means you got expertise. Are we good? The third thing that make an expert leader is that he has exposure. Exposure. So don't run away from problem. Problem is part of your exposure. When problem comes to you, it will increase your exposure. Yes, it increases your exposure. When you have problem and pressure. Because there's something to take out of every problem. It's called lesson. And it's a profit. So problem and challenging has a profit. The name of the profit is called lessons. Yes, lessons. And the last one that makes expertise is what we call experience. And experience is your ability to acquire certain level of information in a particular field. An experienced soldier, an experienced MC, an experienced public speaker, an experienced DJ, an experienced gynecologist in that particular field of influence to acquire that particular skill in certain degree. That's what you call experience. You've been on that desk for some time and you have done so much for some time. You have done both good and bad on that desk. You've learned all your lessons. You have burnt your fingers on that desk. You are an experienced MC. You come to do an MC in a place and they ate all the food and they didn't give you. They forgot you. That's an experienced MC. Fight for your food, though. The next thing after having deadline management, you have the skill, you have the knowledge, you have the ability and the capability, you need to execute. So if you have skills and knowledge, and those skills and knowledge cannot be used to perform tasks, you are not executing. So execution is about having the capacity to perform the tasks. Execute. That is, do the job. And the last one is called delivery. Now the difference between execution and delivery is execution is about performing the tasks. Delivery is about performing the tasks in line with expectation. Are we together? In Igbo land, they like, in the most especially in royalty, they like male child. Those days, I don't know now, male child. In royalty, like, give us a male child. So a woman was married to royalty and she was asked to give a male child. Give us a male child. Give us a male child. And the woman finally, after much pressure, gave a male child. 1 eye, 1 leg, and 1 hand. Was a male child not giving? Is that a male child? Is that your next king? Answer me. Bokwenu. Bokwenu. No. Is that your next king? All right, so there was execution, but there was no delivery. The woman said, give us a male child. She produced a male child. But delivery is asking for specification of a male child. A male child that can lead, that can talk, that can see, that has physical resilience, that has mental resilience, that is coherent, that is well collected, that can pursue goal, that can lead in palace, that can sit down and command. The woman brought a male child. I said, no, the aru. You know those red captive, how they normally speak when you do something that is abomination. This one will go to, what is that? Even forest, you therefore. Even forest. So the woman executed, but did not do what? Deliver. Because delivery is asking you to do a conference, a Nigerian conference that will make impact on people in times of safety. That is delivery. So this gathering is execution. At the end of the gathering, we're going to measure delivery, whether there was impact. Are we good? Right. I'm running now. A purposeful leader will plan like a bamboo. How many of us know that when the bamboo is planted, it spends several years before budding? Are we aware? The bamboo, when you plant bamboo, it doesn't grow. It doesn't grow almost after 6 years. It's still there. Planning is doing strategic planning. So a purposeful leader have time to plan, time to do strategy. I expect this conference to be preceded with a strong strategy by the executive. The executive should be here 1 week and be doing strategy on how it will succeed. That's the bamboo decision. That's the bamboo outcome. So you want to be a purposeful leader, you must think and plan like the bamboo. And after some time, when you're doing well, that's what you call maturity, leadership maturity. When you're doing well and everything is working well, your teams are doing well, the results are coming out, everybody is shouting your name, the press are carrying your name. That is the most dangerous time in the life of a leader. It is called maturity. And often time, when leaders get to that point, they stop thinking. They stop working. They stop doing strategy. But remember, the eagle, after 40 years of living, the eagle is left with two choices. Either to die or to go to the mountain top to go and renew. And he will spend minimum of 120 to 150 days on the mountain top without food, without water, trying to change his talons and his wings and all the things which are outdated. So as a leader, you must have a time for corporate renewal. I even expect this kind of society to have a time where they bring all past presidents, all past executives, to have a conference to think about what is the next level of this society. I'm expecting that should happen. All past presidents, there should be a forum or a fora that bring all past presidents together, not a conference, just to sit down in one nice place, a Saturday and a Sunday, to think, how do we move this place forward? So that we challenge this traditional yearly ritual and do something different, something legendary, something novel. Yes, you are doing well, but apart from success, there's another thing called significance. You should move this thing from success and move it to significance. So at a time when you're doing well, you need to renew. And I expect a purposeful leader to be courageous. Courage. One of the things, the failure of leadership in Africa is courage. The only courage our leader has is to contest election. But when it's to make impact, we don't have the courage. We don't have the courage to build roads. We don't have the courage to put light. We don't have the courage to build hospital. Our courage is we have courage for corruption. We can say $1 billion and put it on that pillow. That's courage. Stupid courage. It's a man that's courageous that we have 15 cars parked in his compound and cover it. And people in his nuclear family are suffering. That is courage from the other end. Such people should be shot in the head and sent to hellfire. There shouldn't be any gate. You know, God will ask you a question. No need for a question. Just go. Just keep going. So I'm talking about courage, professional courage. A man that we take things head on. That we see problem and be problem. A leader must be problem friendly. That's courage. You must be turbulent friendly. When you see turbulent, it's an energy. It's a raw material. Not an undertaker to run. Some of you little frats enter here now. Some of you will run rat. Yeah. No, this guy one now. You know, say this one, we don't even know who is who in Nigeria. Rat has swallowed something, whether it's coming to swallow human being. Courage. Courage is an inner energy. It's an exogenous energy that gives the leader the opportunity to say yes even when they say no. Are we together? Sorry, are you okay? There's the way you are looking at me. I went to one school in the US to go and learn public speaking. And the Oyibo man that was training us said, when you are talking to an audience and they are looking straight into your eyes, it means two things. It means you are very stupid or they are enjoying you. Which one are we doing now? Thank you. Let's put our hands together. I'm going to round off with this. After this, we'll do affirmation, then I'm done. It's not a long speech. I think I've dropped some things on the tablet of your heart. Have I? I'm very careful. I saw a long list of presenter and activities, so that's why I'm trying to do it in brevity. I have a lot to say, but I'm careful because some of my helpers are here. And I'm not sure if I'm not being recorded. So let's quickly wrap it up by looking at the 6 C's of purposeful leadership. Number 1, clarity. Someone came up to my office at 55 years that I'm thinking of going to Canada, thinking of relocating to Canada at 55. What's wrong with that man? Sorry, what's wrong with, yes sir. Past president, what's wrong? No, okay, let's leave Nigerian problem. Let's look at his age. Can you talk from the perspective of his age and expectation of a 55-year-old man? That is the beginning of the whole thing. It's not Canada. You can get to Canada and go and put pampers at 55. Be putting pampers for old people that are sick. Okay, should that be a purpose for a 55-year-old man? If I want to put pampers, I put in Nigeria. Let me put in Nigeria. Let me face the disgrace here. Which one is coming? Canada, and I'm putting pampers. I went to see one of my friends who left us those days, Homer Bank. He was sacked in Homer Bank during Wabara, and he left. He left us since that time to Michigan. The guy has not stabilized. I went to see them, and he was telling me we're cool here, we're cool. You know how they speak? The only thing is the accent. He was telling me we're cool. The wife told me we are not cool. Oh. The guy don't get work. Say, sir, we are not cool. Already you cool. The guy was saying we're cool here, we're cool. I said, what do you do? What are you doing, buddy? I said, we're doing a pocket of things, a lot of ideas here and there. I said, The wife said, we are not cool. This house, I'm the only one. I'm a nurse. I'm the one suffering, the children, including him. The guy is from burger shop to coffee shop to filling station. He doesn't have a proper job. I had to drop money. Because I would have walked away because he was telling me we're cool, we're fine, we're cool. The wife said, we are not cool. We are dying. We are not cool. Imagine when he left. Almost 15 years ago. Over 16 years ago. I have another one that is driving truck in Australia. Those of you that want to jackpot, I'm not discouraging you. If you have clarity. Before you jackpot, you must have clarity or purpose. You don't have a house, your parents don't have a house, you don't have a friend, you don't have anywhere, you are just going to Canada. You are going to hellfire. But Canada is not a place, a highly regulated environment. You think it's a joke. Those places you don't see people carrying gun, but it's regulated. They are watching you. Even Rwanda here, if you enter Rwanda, they are watching you in Rwanda. The military is seeing you, the police is seeing you. Once you serve your passport, it's be connected to everybody. Once you enter a hotel and serve your passport, they've seen you everywhere. They are monitoring you. So those of you that want to go to Atlantic Ocean, it's better to just swim and die there than to go and die there so that we don't even see you. Sorry, am I wicked? I know why I'm doing this because there are some people looking at me, they are planning to jackpot. This might be a good message for you. You can jackpot on one condition, that your purpose is clear. And you know where you're going. And you know what you're going there to do. And you have the requisite skills and the character and the disposition to do those things. Yeah. You have that disposition because sometimes you may have skill but you don't have the right character. Because what you do here and go away with you call your brother that is somewhere. There's nobody to call there. There's nobody. One senator went and misbehaved in Rwanda. They caught him. They caught with his red passport. They took him custody and took him to the Ministry of Justice. Sit him down for 5 hours to lecture him whether he's sick or he's not sick. Rwanda, Africa here. So there's some adjustments your brain need to do when you're traveling out. It's not just a japa. They will deport you with pants, with bobsa. Number 2, do you understand clarity? A leader must know and be able to explain to himself and be convinced that this is what I want to do. That's clarity of purpose. That's clarity. If you're not clear about anything, there's no use starting it. That is the number 1 energy that drives goals. Number 2, character. Everybody say character. Can I tell you a story that will touch you? Armed robber attacked me. I used to have a barbering salon. Armed robber attacked me there. They now say, where's my phone? I gave them. They say, second phone. I say, I don't have more than one. They say, common truth, I cannot say. So armed robber demand a honest person. The man was very angry. He said, common truth, no day your mouth. Common truth. Say you have two phones, you are lying. Truth, you can't say truth. Armed robber is telling me that I'm not truthful. And the guy was very serious with his God. He said, you can't bring the second phone, that you are lying. We know that you have two phones. And truly, I had two phones. No. But I didn't go with the two. I was in my office. I went, you can't come on truth. I'm robber. The guy demanded truth, honesty. So both good and bad people need honest people. If you have good character, you will be relevant to both good people and bad people. Sorry, are we together? People that steal money, they are looking for decent people to hold the money. Say that Lagos boy, say come on, go misalo. Sorry, our boys that Victor, that Lagos boy. Somebody wanted to do business with me. A thief, one of the thieves in Nigeria, wanted to do business with me. And he's not asking people about me. He's doing investigation about me, whether I'm honest. One of the thieves wanted to do something with me. He's not asking whether I'm honest. And they came to ask me that the man is trying to get some intelligent work about you, whether I can do business with you. I said, who? When they mentioned his name, I said, this man is supposed to be in Kuje now. So character is a common denominator to God and even the devil. The devil is looking for an honest person to send to go and kill. Yes, to go and destroy. The devil doesn't want to use someone that's not clear, that doesn't have character. The devil wants to use someone that's reliable, that's dependable, that is honest. Yes, that is trustworthy. So the second box, as a leader, if you see any leader fail, the first thing to check is his character. Leadership failure is character. It's 100% character failure. Once you see a leader fail, if you see a head of family that is failing, check his character. Don't check his pocket. Because if you have something in your pocket, your character can destroy it. Sorry, are we together? So character is so important. Very, too important for a leader. So if you are to be purposeful president, you got to have character. When you say 5 o'clock, people should rely. There's what we call time integrity. There's what we call data integrity. When you submit a document, people should rely on it to take decision. When you submit data, people should be able to go to bed and use it for decision-making process. When you fix a meeting and you say our agenda is 3, people should not see the 4th and the 5th one except under AOB. When you tell your wife that you are in London, we should not see you in South Africa with South African girl. Sir? Number 3, competence. We dealt with competence, but competence, let me just explain competence in one word. Your ability to deliver the task that you have chosen to do as a leader. That, purpose is not the task. Purpose is the one that produces the task. From purpose, you break down purpose. You now see different sub-tasks, sub-goals, and sub-plans that you need to deliver the organization goal or the society goal right now. So competence is that, and that is the facilitator. That's the enabler that helps you to deliver on those goals and those tasks that are broken down from your purpose. So leading with purpose means that you have got competence to translate the outcome of those purpose to reality. Are we together? Number 4. I'm trying to round up. Everybody say commitment. Say it as if you have energy. Because commitment is a strong energy. When everything is shutting down and you said no, that's commitment. And it doesn't come from anywhere, it comes from within. When you are frustrated as an MC, time is up. I will finish. This is the last slide. I'm committed to finishing. And you are committed to stopping me. So which one has bigger commitment? Remember my background. Remember my background. My mother is a witch. And I'm a black belt as you do. I'm also a child of God. Are we good? Commitment is your unwavering determination to achieve a goal. If I tell you how I married my wife, you'll be shocked. I'm from Kogi State. I married from Ishan, Edo, and we all grew in Lagos. And my father-in-law said, no way. There's no way one stupid boy from Kogi come and marry my daughter. I was a young banker, handsome, with good job those days in the early 90s. Have a good job, slim, tall, dark, ebony, handsome. You don't clap. Why are you people are wicked, though? I don't understand. They don't the envy. Yeah. And the man say, I don't care. He stopped us. So one day I got a ministration, not spiritual ministration. You know, you don't need to be born again to get ministration. You understand what I mean? The nature talk to you, not just God. You hear things. And he said, look, go back to the family and just be visiting them, whether they said marry or no marry. So I went back. I said, sir, I love this family already, even though I'm not marrying your daughter. Can I be coming to greet you? They say yes. Every time I take my salary, I was working in IMB Merchant Bank. Those of you that are familiar with IMB, that blue house, that was where I was working. Every time I take my salary, I would take provision to their house. Let me face the women. And they were collecting my bonvita and drinking. Every month, I was committed. The milk, pronto, and sugar, St. Louis, Nima, and St. Louis. I will package it. Once I take my salary standard, I take it there. And they were collecting. Every month. They pay us 22, 23. They were collecting. So one day, I think on the 11th month, I was consistent and resolute. It was painful sacrifice, but I was doing it. Something kept telling me that there's an outcome. When? I don't know. And there was no GSM that time. My wife was somewhere. That time it was not a wife, prospective wife. I was somewhere. I was a young banker, struggling to buy a car, but I needed this girl. It was a goal I have set. It was a purpose, and it was clear. There was clarity of purpose that's my wife. I was character. You therefore character. Why? I get it. I was living, sir. The admiral. My father-in-law came and said, Victor, you are a good boy. I said, sir. He said, you are a good boy. I have watched you over time now. You are consistent. There's no law that said that Kogi people cannot marry. We are the one that made the law. He said, it's not that there's any law. It's just that we don't want her to marry far. But me and my wife, we have been looking at you. You are a very good boy. And you have character. You are caring. That is what we want for our daughter. He's one of the best. See, I have children, but some of them are not well. This one is the best. I said, sir, no, if it is Lucy, don't worry. I'm no longer interested. If I have somebody. I said, no. You have to be interested, though. What if I hope we don't stop, because I'm sure the man suspected that there's donor fatigue. There's what we call donor fatigue in psychology. That I may get tired at a time. If I'm not getting the go. The man stopped me and said, no. Say you, in fact, we have agreed. I said, with who? He said, me and the wife came. I said, yes. We have been studying you and we have agreed now. You are marrying this girl. I said, no, I've chosen another person. I said, no, you can't choose another person. They have communicated. She's 27 years in my house now. Don't clap. It's bonvita, sugar, and pronto. With commitment. I married that girl, Admiral. He did my house. Got born 3 children. My last month in the university. It's no story. But if I had gotten angry and I didn't keep persistently, maybe I would have married somebody else. I'm not saying it may not be better, but I don't want to know the video of the alternative. Because sometimes when you marry some girl, we know well. When you now go to another one, that one no go well. As they change, that's what the thing go dey worse. Make you just stay with this your wahala wey you carry. Make you dey push the keke na pep. Sorry, are we together? Please clap for the women. I know they. Oh yeah, communication. 5 minutes, man. Communication. So they say, okay, they were showing me 10. Okay, 10. Thank you. Thank you, MC. God bless you. So you understand commitment. I just use the story for you to know. I don't care. Do you know even bad people that are committed to bad things? The outcome may be bad, but they still achieve it. Some bad people, they can follow your file. They will not be dead. They will do anything. You not say, what did she do? She didn't do me anything. I don't just like her. Say, They are committed to destroying you. If you offend a witch in Nigeria, a witch, some of them are here, they can hear me. They put a mark. If you run to London, they put a mark on your head. Once you get to Heathrow Airport, a London witch will carry you. They are committed to what they are doing. They are resolute and committed. If those bad people are putting energy, we the good people, we should put energy. I know. My mother is a witch, so why are you asking? He told me a lot on how they're operating, modus of operation. There any moment. So if you like, call me a son of a witch, you are on your own. If you see my mother in the night, you are the one that caused it. Communication is the exchange. What are we doing now? We are exchanging information and we are transferring information. As a leader, you know some leaders, they are alone. They are taking their decision, they are just alone. Say, where will they go now? Just follow me. Where will they go? Follow me, follow me. Many people, when you see a footstep behind you, two things happen. And it's only one that's happening there. It's either people are running after you or they are running away from you. When you are hearing footsteps behind you, as a leader, it's either they are running away or they are running after you. If you don't look back to communicate, you will not know. Communication is so essential in leadership that is the lubricant of the relationship between leaders and followers. That's the feedback loop. That's how to know whether these guys want to kill you, whether they are with you. You got to come. Even when you identify enemies, still communicate with enemies. Communicate with them, because while they are talking, no matter the pretense, you will get some information, some intelligence. So communication is the exchange and transfer of usable information to achieve a goal as a leader. And the last one is collaboration. I would say collaboration. Collaboration means three things, or stand on three legs. The first leg is identify stakeholders. As a leader, there are stakeholders. You have stakeholders. Your chairman, your big brother is your stakeholder. Rear Admiral is a stakeholder. This is a stakeholder, the coordinator of the program. The past president are stakeholders. The president-elect is a stakeholder. The members of this society is a stakeholder. The founder is a stakeholder. The global president, that's why he made the speech. So your job as a leader is to clearly identify all your stakeholders and put them in the right boxes. There are some people you treat as arm's length through email. You don't see them. There are some people you have to see every day to succeed as a leader. Every day you must hear from them. They are selling some intelligence to you. There are some people it's just money. They don't have time for you, but they can finance your something. They can send money to you. See, Fatima, I'm not coming, but see, take 100,000. Take time. Let me know. Some may not have money, but they can give you their man hour. They'll be available to help you carry, open that door, go and pump that tire. They are utility people. They can do anything. Slap that man, carry that man up. They do anything for you. They are utility. As a leader, you must identify who is an utility, who is a financier, who is an enabler, who is a creator, who is a thinker, who is a strategy, who is a writer, who is a coordinator. You must have all these guys identified. The second level in collaboration is to analyze them. Because you might think that someone is a coordinator, but he's a fool. It's just your perception that's telling you that the way he's dressed now, he'll be organized. I have a friend that dressed well, but his house and his car is cassava farm. The day I saw his car, I said, is this your car? He said, yes. How do you drive this car? He said, that's how they drive my thing. It's like a cassava farm, sir. MC, like cassava farm. Go to clean. Oh, clean, physically, oh, clean, but car, cassava farm. Cassava farm. Cocoa farm. So don't take people the way they look. Get closer. How do you get closer? By analyzing them. So if you have identified stakeholders, you need to analyze the stakeholders. Then after analyzing, you do what? You manage. So the three levels in collaboration is identify the stakeholder, analyze them, and manage them. Can we rise? Can we be upstanding? So I have put together what I call leadership affirmation in whichever way you are leading or whatever area. Can we all see it? So 1 to go, we're going to read it together. 1 to go, to deliver 360-degree operational efficiency. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11. Number 12. So help me God. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catcher. Catcher. Killer. 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 Hygiene, hygiene, hygiene. Thank you so much. I love you. Merci beaucoup.
Amazing. Thank you. Please just hold on, sir. Please let's celebrate him one more time. Fire representation indeed. Please, you are not doing it well. Please put your hands together. Thank you, sir. We are blessed to have you with us today. Thank you. Please, we'd like to receive our president for the presentation of his plaque. Please, let's have the plaque. And please, you can be seated. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Post of a good leadership. So, Dari. Okay. On behalf of ASSP Nigeria chapter, we'll have a token for you. No, we can't pay you. Thank you so much for always being there, even at the shortest time that we called. I know that you had to cancel some of your engagement today and your trip to be here to honor us, and we don't take it for granted. So we have a plaque for you to say thank you for all you are doing and what you still do for us, because as far as I'm concerned, you are still ASSP. You are a stakeholder, sir. And I'm committed to that now. Okay, so please, I want to present this certificate to you, not just me alone, but I want the chairman and the Rear Admiral to be here. And I also want to please let my past president of the association to be here so that we can just present this to him. They said we should give honor to whom honor is due. Before now, we had presidents, and they've laid a good foundation for us. So, and that is the wings I'm still riding on. So I want to please have their presence. Please, can somebody just quickly let me call Dr. Okandu? That's the immediate past president. Please tell him just to be snappy, please. Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much on behalf of EXPO. Accept this token from. Okay. Sorry. Daddy Nakodia, yes, one of our major founder of ASSP. Without him, we won't be here. Please, sorry, Daddy Nakodia. It's always, please come this way, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sirs. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Please, one more time, let's put our hands together and celebrate our keynote speaker, Dr. Shidare. Okay, very quickly, we're going to do a few things. And number one is, would love to quickly honor a very, very amazing set of people, our special guest of honors today. So we're going to start by recognizing and also inviting for a very brief word, Rear Admiral Oredero, if he's in the room. Oh, please. Thank you, sir. Just a word, sir. Thank you.
I caught me unawares. Because I have my speech written there, but there's no time. No, I'll just, no, it's okay. That'll be too long. Thank you. I'll try and make it fast. Okay, our very distinguished president, past presidents, members of the executive, our very special chairman of the PDC, our keynote speaker, and other distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. It's a great honor for me to be here as one of the special guests of honor for this important PDC conference and exhibition. I want to believe that we started on a very good note with a wonderful presentation by Dr. Dwari. Can we please give him another round of applause? I think that was just amazing, amazing. You might not know it, sir, but I learned something from you today. I've been teaching in the Armed Forces for several years now. I taught in the Armed Forces Commander and Staff College. I taught in the National Defense College. But I learned something from you today. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, ASSP is, like we all know, one of the oldest and the largest occupational safety and health professional society in the world, with a long-standing reputation for the highest level of health and safety practice. Over the years, our association has demonstrated to be trusted among safety professionals for knowledge and skills, as well as continuous education and networking with over 2,000 members across the globe. The Nigeria chapter, which was established in the year 2007 in Florida as a non-profit organization with more than 398 members, has been at the forefront of health and safety, impacting and contributing to improvement of safety of lives, properties, and environments in pursuance of its mandate. In this regard, the chapter conducted international professional development conferences, technical papers, presentations, seminars, and workshops, as well as community outreach programs. The chapter has also greatly contributed to local health and safety awareness and compliance, as well as established credible presence as one of the most vibrant and effective health and safety professional bodies in Nigeria and Africa. And I think the global president affirmed that when he mentioned that the Nigerian chapter is one of the most vibrant in the world. I think we deserve a round of applause for that. I'm sure if you check properly, we might actually be the most vibrant. Today we are gathered this morning to witness another chapter professional development conference and exposition 2024 with the theme Living Safety. The 3-day conference has indeed presented the best choice of theme that is both appropriate and timely, as several individuals, corporate organizations, and agencies may be considering de-emphasizing safety as a way of conserving resources in these trying times. The theme will therefore serve as a reawakening of our society and the nation in general to the importance of health and safety in developing plans to stimulate growth and development in any sector. Thus, this conference is a low-hanging fruit to obtain science-based and proven knowledge and information on safety, health, and the environment towards promoting sustainable growth of the society. And of course, you will agree that beyond safety, there are so many other things we'll learn when we come together like this. Like today, I saw a different perspective of leadership. You know, hearing from a doctor, I learned so many new things that I believe that as a leader in my own little space, I can begin to implement and adding value to the responsibilities that I've been given. So I'm quite delighted, impressed with the titles of the conference papers that will be presented, the quality and the experience of the resource persons and discussants, as well as the exhibition and entire packages that are lined up for socializing and, very importantly, networking. I therefore urge our special guests, resource persons, and the audience to contribute during robust interactive sessions and discussions after the presentations. I believe that only then can we evolve new strategies and solutions to several of the health and safety concerns in the workplace, in the society, and the nation in general. I'm just confident and without a doubt that the objectives of the conference and the exhibition will be met. Finally, I want to congratulate and thank the president of ESSP Nigeria chapter, Madam Fatima Zubair, and her team. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Very hardworking, very conscientious, very dedicated leader. And of course, the incoming president. Okay, he stepped out again. All right, he's quite busy outside. All right, distinguished resource persons, as well as other partners, friends, well-wishers, all kinds of supporters of our association for their contribution and their support in bringing this conference to fruition. I also want to thank our presenters, the panelists, and other safety experts that will be bringing their wealth of experience to bear to add value to the outcome of the conference. Once again, I thank you for the honor that you have given me today and you always give all the time. I think SSP is well known for always honoring people, and that's a good thing that we should continue to imbibe. Once again, thank you very much. God bless us all. And like we say in the Navy, onward together. Thank you. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate him, please. Please, a round of applause for the Rear Admiral. Thank you so much, sir. We also love to recognize Mr. Khalil Suleiman Halilu. Is he around? All right. Then, of course, we have Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala. Is she around, please? Okay. So it means we will go over to Chief Stephen Udeze, the Vice President of EXPO. Please, is he around as well? Oh, please, let's recognize him for... Please, let's put our hands together. You don't have a long speech, do you?
Good morning, everybody. I don't have a long speech, but I am actually here on a dual capacity. I am also a past president of ASSP, and I am the current national deputy president of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria. I bring you good tidings from my president, Mr. Kaiser Ibiwari, and members of the governing board of the Institute of Safety Professionals of Nigeria and the members of the Institute. We heard that there is going to be this PDC in Abuja, and as usual, because the EXPO has a serious memorandum of understanding with ASSP Global. My president said, unfortunately, he will not be here, but I should be here because as a past president, it is firstly mandatory that I should be here. And secondly, he wants me to convey the message of members and the board of EXPO to every participant that is present here today. We are so pleased that over the years, we have had a lot of collaboration with ASSP, and we will continue to collaborate with ASSP. This is not the first, and this is going to be a unique one indeed, because Fatima has been really, really wonderful in this service here. Thank you very much, President Fatima. Thank you, members of ASSP, for keeping the flag flying, and thank you for ensuring that we continue to live safety. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Please, let's put our hands together for the Vice President of EXPO. Thank you for that goodwill message. Okay, so please, we're going to move on to the very next item on our list. It's very important that we do this before we go outside. As soon as we go for the EXPO declaration and opening of the EXPO out there, we will move straight to our various breakout sessions, and one of them is holding right here in this hall. So please take note of the various, so I have 3 of them. Maritime safety, global maritime distress and safety systems, GDMDSS. Engineer Godstime Osewingwe, PhD, will be leading that at the exclusive hall. Don't worry. Same thing. Thank you. So that's at the exclusive hall. Please take note of that. Exclusive hall is right behind here, so you have to go to the back. Also, another hall behind here is the CAS hall, where we'll be having strategies for safety excellence. Conquering common OSA challenges is going to be led by Mr. Adekoye Oladipo at the CAS hall. CAS hall is right behind here. And of course, exclusive hall is at the banquet hall upstairs. And so that will be held there. The one holding right in this hall, at the banquet hall here, is reducing greenhouse gas emissions in an energy mix reality, the oil and gas industry blueprint. All right, so that's going to be led by Mr. Chukwuka Igbokwe. Please kindly identify these 3, and whichever one you want to be to attend, please kindly do so. It's also important that you know that there's a tea break, and you can quickly do that before you go to the breakout session. So we have about 15 minutes to do that, and then we can go to our breakout sessions. Right about now, would love to please crave the indulgence of the chairman of our PDS conference to please. Okay, so we would like to get the PDC chairman, Engineer Professor Ibrahim Onwe Abdulmalik, to please rise, and all the dignitaries right in front would please go with him. Please don't rush after them to declare open the exhibition. Okay, so please, they're going to the...
While he's still talking, please, I just want to let you all know that tomorrow is power-packed. And still part of the icing, tomorrow by 4:45, we'll be having our PPE parade right here by 4:45 p.m. And then our party by 6 p.m. I want us to have that with us. But yeah, right here also. The venue is here. Thank you. Let me hand over to my able.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's join them at the exhibition out there. And please remember that you can have your tea breaks before you go to. So please, let's join them. Let's not overcrowd them, by the way. Declare the exhibition open, and then we go to our breakout sessions. Minutes from now, exactly 15. So in exactly 15 minutes from now, please, the breakout sessions will start. Please take note of that, exactly 15 minutes. So please, you go to your various locations from here. So we have the CAS hall behind us here, and then the exclusive hall behind us here as well. Exclusive hall, maritime safety, global maritime distress and safety systems, Engineer Godstime Osewingwe. Oh, beautiful. Thank you for that. We're also, okay, please, at the CAS hall, strategies for safety excellence, all right, conquering common OSA challenges, Mr. Odekoye Oladipo will be handling that. And right here in this hall, we have reducing greenhouse gas emissions in energy mix reality, oil and gas. So please take note of that. Mr. Chukwuka Igokwe will be leading that here. Please, as you go to the breakout sessions, kindly go with your belongings. Don't leave anything here so that you could be responsible for them. Thank you very much.
our various halls now. If you are for exclusive, there is an usher to take you there. If you are for cast, there is an usher to take you there. Just move with the usher for cast or move with the usher for exclusive. They are all there. The session starts immediately. Please. If you are here, come to the front, please. Presenters, please, let's go to our various hall and start off the sessions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are we together? I think we can start. Don't mind me, I'm not a podium person. I don't like standing by the podium when I'm presenting. Let's just get started. I've been told that I've used 5 minutes out of my presentation time. It's supposed to be 1 hour. So let's see how best we can make use of the remaining 55 minutes. I know that for some people, we might be expecting presentations around energy transition in a conference of this nature. But the question is energy transition actually feasible? Or should we be talking about energy mix, given the realities of low access to energy globally, geopolitics, and other growing economies that we have? In Nigeria, as a nation, we have billions of standard cubic feet of gas reserves. Can we depend on a cleaner fossil, as natural gas, as our generation backbone or as our energy backbone as a nation, as a country, whilst achieving significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission in our operations or our fields? So this presentation is for us to reappraise the common mantra on energy transition and ourselves set out our greenhouse gas emission reduction, set an agenda by ourselves, how we want to reduce greenhouse gas emission, given these realities that we'll be discussing in this presentation. So my name is Chukwuka Ibokwe. I lead the HSC Community Affairs and Security Team of Green Energy International Limited. And I'm honored to stand before you to share some ideas around this topic with you. What I'm sharing is how we can reduce greenhouse gas emission in an energy mix reality, giving you the blueprint that is being proposed in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. This will be our outline. So going into presentation proper, as we all know, in recent years, there's been this mantra on transiting from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And several countries, continents, and the world at large set different objectives, targets in reducing the use and extraction or development of fossil fuel so that we can reduce greenhouse gas emission, which is actually impacting climate change. Now, something that we need to understand is that this transition or this mantra or this new drive has taken some dimensions in terms of development of fossil fuel in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So some international finance corporations or organizations are no longer investing or putting money in development of fossil fuel. So in Africa and also as a nation, it's impacting our oil and gas development. People in oil and gas development will understand this and we know this. So let's look at the realities of this growing energy need. It's something that we need to look at critically. According to the International Energy Agency, in 2019, the world generated 150,000 terabyte watt hours of energy. And they've projected that this will grow by 37% by 2040. Just to give us a perspective of how you can generate this energy. That's as at 2019. So you need about 3.5 trillion 200 ampere hour type of batteries to produce this energy. And the current market size of solar and inverter battery is around some hundreds of millions. That's the batteries we have in circulation. So now, for nuclear plants, you need about 1,000 standard nuclear plants to produce this amount of energy. That was 150,000 terawatt hour of energy. Going further, we all know there is an increase in this global demand, and with the investments and development in transportation industry, there are some countries like China, some emerging economies, they are investing drastically in their transportation network, most especially the train system. And the train system are now using electric. So imagine, even in Nigeria, we are developing our train system as well. So the demand is rising. It's enormous. Not to talk of people in rural areas that don't have access to electricity yet. And people that don't have access to cleaner fuel to cook their food. Let me take a quote from TAN, that was in 2021. He said, but the increase in renewable energy is still lower than the increase in global energy demand overall. A transition from fossil fuel might come someday, but for now, renewable energy isn't even keeping pace with the demand in energy. So fossil fuel demand is still growing. That's the reality. So we are having kind of some developments or advancements in using renewable energy, but the demand for energy is outpacing that development, and we have some restrictions why development of renewable energy is not going as fast as it should or as we desired. So while effort on addressing global warming is germane, which we talked about, a careful review of this approach and methodologies in getting the transition done has to be reviewed, considering developing countries, not just Nigeria. We have several developing countries, and we have several factors playing out. So that's the first slide. Let's look at this particular data that was published by StarTalk in 2022. Now, in 2019, the contribution of oil to the production of power is about 31%, and they projected that that will decline by about 11% to 20% in 2050. Look at the contribution of renewable energy, about 12% in 2019, and that has been projected to increase to 33% by 2050. And we all know that there are several targets that have been set to transition to renewable energy by 2040, 2050. So again, looking at this data, we have to face the reality that the discussion is around a mix, not just total transition. So let's look at some challenges of primary energy sources, all these energy sources that we use to generate power, before we now go to the blueprints of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. For hydrocarbon fuel, who can tell us the major challenge of generating power or developing fossil fuel? Major challenge we have, might be environmental challenge or technical challenge. What's the major challenge or our concern with fossil fuel? Anyone? What's the challenge? Carbon generation of greenhouse gas emissions. That's the major challenge. That's why we want to kind of reduce development of fossil fuel and promote renewable energy sources. So that's for fossil fuel. Now, solar and battery. Who can tell us the challenge producing power from solar and battery? Sorry? Disposal of the used material, the lead and the rest. The cost as well, cost intensive. What again? The natural challenge. You are at the mercy of weather. Not all countries will have the kind of sunshine we have. So it's something that we should look at. Again, most of us know that lithium, cobalt, and nickel, they are being mined in Africa right now. Though there are some sustainability issues around that, and some social issues around that, how they engage contractors and things like that. But with time, when you want to get that amount of batteries that will service that significant part of the energy mix, it will come to a time that the supply will be limited. So how many cobalt, how many lithium, how many nickel can you mine to give you trillions or billions of batteries? And as you said again, disposal. After using, what happens? So these are the issues around primary energy sources. Again, something that we don't know, again, most people know anyway, is that the use of fossil is still involved in the supply chain of solar and battery. People that mine, they use trucks, right? To the mining sites. The machineries they use the mining site, what happens? Fossil fuel. So from start to finish of the supply chain, fossil is still involved. So that's a major challenge for solar. Wind farm, same thing, at the mercy of weather. It fluctuates. Same thing with hydro and dam, mercy of weather. And most of us know, during rainy season, our power peaks, our power generation peaks, isn't it? Dry season, what happens? We start hearing about Kanji Dam, Shiro Dam having issues. Our generation will drop. What nuclear? Major challenge, just like you said, disposal of the used material, uranium, sourcing it and disposing of it. There are associated risks with that. So we can all see that all primary energy sources come with their own challenges. There is no perfect energy source. So again, a quote from Anthony. You might build a lot of wind farms, you might have hydro reservoirs and hydro or generating facilities, and you might have a lot of solar panels. The problem is, what if you don't have enough water, wind, or solar versus your initial planning assumptions? So that can see the reason why the pace of renewable is not developing the way it should. Because sometimes you develop based on some assumptions, but in reality, you might not be having those parameters in the field. So in summary, like I said, no primary energy source is without challenges. That's number one point. Another one is, as the world energy need continues to grow, as we have seen, mostly in developing countries, energy sources are meant to compete, and not to complement each other, not to compete, as we have seen. There's no perfect energy source. You have to develop them in combination, knowing the one that suits, the one that you can project higher, the one that you can use more based on your environmental concerns in that particular region or country. So it shouldn't be something of a global template. It has to be domesticated. So energy sources have to be selected in combination. That's what we're talking about. Now, there's a concern. Several literatures have highlighted it. People are focusing on the mantra of energy transition, but are we paying attention to the low access to energy? That's important as energy transition as well. This is coming from the United Nations. So again, access to energy, efficient use of energy. When you have that efficiency in the use of energy and you are combining it with your transition to renewable energy, I think we'll go far in our journey to the energy mix that we desire, so that at the end, we'll have overall reduction in our greenhouse gas emission, which is affecting the climate. So why are we here? We are here to reappraise this transition mantra. So having all these things, let's see how we can best use the energy sources in the best combination we can. So let's share a blueprint from the oil and gas industry. And this example is from an onshore production facility. Because that's what we have more. That's where we have more environmental blueprint in our operation. That's the oil and gas industry. We have a lot of facilities scattered around the onshore area, typically more than the offshore area. So this is a typical oil and gas facility setup. You have wells, satellite wells, linked to a flow station or a crude processing station located close as well, maybe between 2 to 5 kilometers of the wells. Then from there you have either you transport it through existing pipeline, or some people they refine using modular refinery, or you truck. If you don't have any existing pipeline close to your field, you truck to a particular terminal We have 5 major terminals in Nigeria. The Escravos, Focados, Kwa Ibo, Brass, and I think about five of them. I can't remember the last one. Then after that, it goes through export. The challenge with this setup is that we have lots of wells and production facilities scattered. And the amount of associated gas generated from this production, you cannot have a gas plant that will process the natural gas. It won't be economical. Some fields have very low GOR. GOR is gas to oil ratio. When you produce 1,000 barrels of oil, if you have a GOR of 1,000, so 1,000 barrels of oil gives you 1 million mm scoffed. That's 1 million standard cubic feet per day of natural gas or associated gas. And most gas plants cannot process something less than 5 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. So you can see the challenge. So they are now left with what? Flare. They'll be left with what? Flare. So they produce the oil, they flare the associated gas because you can't put a gas plant together based on how the fields are scattered, how the facilities are scattered. That's a major challenge for this setup. And again, like I said, gas flaring is the only option to dispose of associated gas from that operation. The rate of the gas production is low, that you cannot put a facility to process it. And most of these fields are not near existing gas pipeline. If you have a gas pipeline, maybe a trunk, a national trunk, then you can tie into it and supply the trunk natural gas. Another issue with this setup is environmental and sustainability impacts. We have lots of facilities scattered everywhere. And the more facility you have, the more you expand your blueprint. Unlike the offshore facility that you just have just one particular facility that will do everything. But in onshore, you have things scattered. And those things that are scattered, you have gas flare coming from them. You have fugitive emissions coming from them. Because when you have hydrocarbon processing system, there are fugitive emissions coming from the flanges. So not just the gas that you are flaring, you also have emissions from the process itself. So imagine you have like 100 facilities scattered in the onshore area. You have a lot of fugitive emissions, which is methane, lean gas, being emitted all over the place. So this is not a sustainable setup for the oil and gas industry. And that's why I'm presenting a blueprint. So most companies are trying to set up based on this blueprint. And the company I work as well, we are also working on having this particular blueprint so you can serve as an example to other fields onshore Nigeria. The overall aim of this is to have a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission so that you can have enough gas that you can process, have a gas plant that will process it, then you eliminate your routine flare. So what's the blueprint? As you can see, you have a central processing station or central processing facility that will process the crude, produce water, process the oil, process the gas, that's associated gas, that's the lean gas or cleaner gas, natural gas. Then you also have maybe a central terminal. So you don't have to lay long pipelines to existing terminal, any other or building another terminal. So have clusters of this centralized processing facility. So the idea is to transition or to shift, to have a paradigm shift from this, what I just shared, construction of satellite or dispersed production facility and large evacuation export infrastructure to the construction of centralized, modular, fit-for-purpose processing infrastructure close to prolific fields. So we have like 10 fields scattered all over the place. Instead of having 10 production facilities or 10 flow stations in those 10 fields, why can't you have like 2 centralized processing facilities that would draw from different fields? Maybe one facility would draw from 5 or 6 fields, the other one would draw from 4 or 5 fields. In that way, you are minimizing costs in terms of capex, as we know. You are producing or gathering enough associated gas that you can process. And again, like I shared, we have low access to energy in Nigeria. We have billions of gas reserves in Nigeria, and we are complaining about power. We don't have enough gas to power our gas plants. And you can see the government's drive in developing gas in the country. So gas in Nigeria is another focus. So when we have this kind of setup, we'll have enough gas, mainly from the onshore assets that we have. So you can use the gas, run it through a turbine, power your field. The excess gas you can export, you can sell, or tie it to existing trunk or gas trunk lines that you have scattered all over the nation. So that's the blueprint we want to share with you in this presentation. And again, like I said, you have your export facilities closer to the field. Instead of trying to trunk the oil from the 10 fields to an existing facility, and we all know the challenge of that. When you tie into a trunk, maybe the major lines that we have, what happens? When you pump 10,000 barrels, you might see, I don't want to complete the statement, it's out of the scope of the discussion. So it's a major challenge. It's a major challenge for us. So these are blueprints that, that should be encouraged in the oil and gas industry. And it is believed that once this is adopted by most producers in the oil and gas industry, we will have a significant reduction in our environmental blueprints and overall reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So these are the benefits of decentralized processing facilities. So reduction in the footprint. We have viable gas processing facility, including LPG extraction plants and LNG. So LNG is kind of a challenge because you need to have enough gas, enough linger for you to produce LNG. If you don't have enough of it, you may not be, what would I call it, economical to have an LNG plant. You need to have enough gas, and having enough gas is using this particular structure. And this leverages on the economies of scale from gathered associated gas. Again, the federal government of Nigeria will have several gas utilization programs. So it will also tie into the objective of these various gas utilization programs. So we have you powering your field, powering neighboring communities with the gas that you have produced. And we all know the gas is a cleaner fossil, even though it's not 100% clean, but it's better than crude, coal, and the rest. Again, there was this presentation I attended in the hotel where a particular indigenous oil and gas company, I don't want to mention name, they are pioneering some massive development in terms of gas development in Nigeria. And one of the things they mentioned is that gas can become our backbone. In every country, they have their backbone. In Russia, they have a backbone in terms of power generation. That's the major components of energy generation, the major primary energy source they use. In Nigeria, what's our backbone? Is it gas? Is it wind? Is it hydro? So gas can become a backbone in terms of generating power for Nigeria. Again, we will have a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission and fugitive emission. Again, an extended benefit of having shorter pipelines and reduce the risk of sabotage that we're having or crude thefts that we're experiencing in the country. These can also enable industrial parks. Like in my company, we are also having a plan to site fertilizer plants, because fertilizer plants, they use these gases as raw materials. When you have these fuels scattered over the place, it's difficult to gather them and send them to industrial parks or these major manufacturing facilities. So when you have zones, industrial zones or centralized stations, you can easily site plants there. Even methanol plants as well. Go to other countries, methanol plants are sited, close to prolific fields where you have enough gas generation. So in summary, or as a wrap-up, as you have seen, energy sources can be selected in combination based on several factors. So we might say natural gas as a cleaner fossil will be our backbone. Then we have wind, we have solar, we have this, we have this. They will continue to tweak. The overall aim should be to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Following this particular blueprint, the contribution of greenhouse gas emission in the oil and gas industry should be able to reduce significantly. There are similar developments happening in the offshore fields in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. They're having gas gathering platforms where they don't do routine flare anymore. So when you combine that with this particular blueprint in the onshore area, we'll have a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emission. Again, we want to also assert that energy sources can be developed sustainably with the goal of reducing the GHG. As you have seen, centralized crude oil and gas processing facility, avail operators opportunities to reduce environmental blueprints by reducing the volume of greenhouse gas emission from multiple operations and associated gas flaring. So by that way, routine gas flaring will be reduced because that's the major aim of operators and also regulators in the industry. So this way, our natural gas crude processing is monetized. So we're not flaring anymore. So we're making money from it. We're also reducing environmental blueprints. So it's a win-win situation, this particular blueprint or similar drive to this. So gas is being monetized, gas flaring is eliminated, and abundance of gas is available, which is very, very important. Abundance of gas is available to meet our energy needs at this time. So in the midst of energy security challenges, geopolitics, and economic growth, which we will continue to have, as we continue to grow in our economy, the energy demand will continue to grow. We should continue to do what? Be dynamic in this energy mix. The supply of energy will continue to diversify. So that's the aim. You can't just depend on a particular energy source. So what we want to drop at the end of this presentation is that we should expect energy mix, not total energy transition. So thanks for listening. At this point, if you have questions, comments, I think I did well in terms of time.
My name is Shegun Olonsiwa. I'm the Deputy Manager, Environmental Management in NEPL, that is NMPC E&P. Don't you think if this is a long time plan, but don't you think if the government will come up with incentive, it will reduce the gap for this company? I also know that NGC and Seplat, they are doing something like this in anode. Yeah, that is my take.
So in terms of incentives, I want to speak as an operator, working for an operator. So I think the PIA that was recently passed in 2001 has several incentives in terms of operators, commercializing natural gas. So I don't know the details, but in my company, we are looking at several factors or several things that are available by that law. So people are now going into it. So like I said, it's a win-win situation. So again, you have gas flare penalty, which is massive. When you continue to flare gas, you continue to pay. So why pay some thousands of dollars where I can monetize my gas, and also reduce environmental blueprint? So in terms of incentive, yes, they are present, but I don't know the details of the incentives.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dapo Molade. I'm the CEO of IB Group. Right. Thank you so much, Chooks, for that presentation. Of course, you have said we should expect energy mix, and I think that's very correct because I think Nigeria has been in the energy mix for a long time. We just need to talk about what percentage of those different energies that we're using, in empowering our lives. My question is, there's a lot of conversation now with respect to crude oil, fossil fuel, which you also mentioned here. And the whole world is saying, get out from this and embrace something better. Nigeria, of course, crude oil is the bedrock of the economy. It's part of our energy mix. I've had the Minister of Petroleum and all those big boys saying we are not leaving crude oil. I've heard the whole world, especially in our own third world, saying give us our own time to transit, because we need to make the best of what we have, as other countries of the world have done. I'm an environmental scientist as well, and I know we need to move away. My question is, how can we be sustainable, still using crude oil? What are the practical tips? Maybe for operators like yourself, for users, end users, and everyone. Where is the sustainability in fossil fuel as an energy option? Thank you.
All right, thanks for that question. That's a direct question. Sustainability, I think the presentation is all about telling you how sustainable a particular blueprint I just presented is. But let me explain in detail. So this is just for the, like I said, the onshore and onshore fields. If you have, like, okay, apart from financing, which we are having issues in, so you have some regulations, you have some things that, okay, there are some fields that when you develop them, you cannot develop them sustainably. That's a major area that government should be looking at as well in awarding fields or approving what they call FDP, Field Development Plan. So you can't just approve Field Development Plan randomly. So as part of sustainability check, government should come in that area and make sure that any field that they are awarding or they are approving for development should be able to have this kind of blueprint. There are some fields geographically cannot achieve this. So there's no way you develop that field for environmental sake. So that's one way. That's for government. As operators, the same thing. When you're exploring, when you want to develop, you should also, like several conferences, this is an example of a blueprint that operators can adopt, both offshore and onshore. It's all about make sure that you minimize to the barest minimum your flare of natural gas. Not just flare. In the energy, in the oil and gas industry now, we're not focusing on fugitive emissions, which we've not been talking about for a long time, not just the flare. Fugitive emission also contributes to the global greenhouse gas emission as well. So we have the inventory system, which we are developing now, which we are reporting as well. As an operator, you report your fugitive emission. There are several technologies available now to track and detect fugitive emissions in your operations. So all these things are part of sustainability efforts. So when you see that your fugitive emission is kind of increasing, there's some facilities that over time you start having degradation. Then you also inform your asset retirement and the commissioning plan as well. You can see how everything is tied. So yes, these things I just mentioned now, which because of time, I can mention like 10 of them. At least these two things should be able to give us that sustainable energy development in the oil and gas industry. Thank you. The announcement has to be given. Sorry.
Please, we'll take the last question when we're done. Please, we just want to announce that, first of all, we know that this has been an interesting session, but a lot of people who were supposed to go to other places didn't go. So we want to encourage you to please confirm, and there were a lot of reasons why a lot of people stayed back. So if you go to those places now, you'll be wondering why we're all here. That's just the first observation. Secondly, as soon as we're done, please take your lunch tickets. There are 2 in your bag. Confirm in your bag. Day 1, use day 1. Go to the restaurant and use the meal ticket. As soon as we're done with our meals, please, which will last for just 1 hour, we're not coming back here. You'll go to our various breakout sessions for the next breakout session. And there's also 1 more after that. So there are 2 more breakout sessions after lunch is done. We just wanted to stress on that because we will not have the time to gather like this again for those. I hope that's
Please, the breakout sessions, it's exactly the next breakout session. There's no adjustment. It's exactly as it is in your brochure. Yes. That's for the last session. Yes. The enhancing has been changed, the third one.
It's now enhancing. Okay, so if you check your session, immediately after lunch break, there's a third one that's supposed to hold in CAS. That one has been changed to enhancing safety through emotional intelligence. It's holding in CAS. So that's the only difference. Everything else stands the same. So let's take the last question. Sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So last question, please.
Are you sure we have the last question? We'll still have about 2 or 3 speakers. I just want to...
Still have time, right?
Why now? Nobody to go chop, we'll go chop.
So, but we can still interact after the
after
the session. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to pay credence to what you have said, you know. And I'm so happy that when the guy introduced himself as an MP, an NPC, right? Yes. An NPC is part of the problem we have in this country for us to achieve this. Let's face facts. He knows I'm saying the truth. Now they say charity begins what? At home. I can tell you that we will have, like this morning I was on AIT. I mentioned about EGTL, extravagant gas to liquid in Chevron. It's a simple thing. You watched my program this morning. It's very simple. Let an NPC mandate all the multinationals, even our own brothers now, operators, like your company mentioned, is indigenous, am I right? Mandate them to build gas plants. We channel these gases into, we export them and sell them. Go to EGTL and see what is happening. We are flaring money. And at the same time, destroying the environment. The fauna, the flora, the ecosystem, everything is being bastardized. And this is not good. This is why we're having heat. Part of the things, because these emissions goes up to the upper stratosphere and create more problem for us. Are you with me, my brother?
Yes.
So I'm happy we have a manager from an NPC. He should carry this message home. Charity begins at home. If you go to Warren Refinery and see what they're doing, they're causing problem to people living around the Ubeji axis. In the morning, you will see soot in your suit on your vehicles and all those things. So they should start it. Enforcement is our problem. We have the technical wherewithal. We have the human resources that can deliver. I'm telling you the truth. But enforcement. So an NPC or gas or whatever, they should up their game and do the needful. We can salvage this nation. And the best option still remains this gas, like you said. It still remains gas. We need to harness the gases we produce, and then we channel them, turn them. You know about the AKK project? I'm sure you're aware. That is taking us all the way to Algeria. That is one of them. So let these companies hook into AKK, push it up. We'll sell it, we'll make more money, pipe it into our homes and other things. Anyway, I don't know. Somebody could go around one day and blow the whole thing. May God have mercy on us. But let us start from somewhere. Let the regulators play according to the rules or start the game. Others will make it mandatory. It's not only finding them. Do you know how many years it took to get to this point? A Tete came in and said this. Another one will come in and say this. You are charging somebody $1 per, maybe 1 million cubic feet of gas you flay in a day. That is it's too small. When you make it, I'm telling you, most of the multinationals operating here, they don't flay in their countries. So NPC still remains our problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think, hold on. Exactly. So let me just clarify something. And also, I'll respond as an operator, as a presenter. So I want to respond as an NPC or... So let me just respond quickly. So I think, number one, NPC is an operator. NEPRC and NNDPRA are the regulators. Operator. Yeah, an operator. Yes, they are an operator, yeah. Even over NEPRC and NNDPRA. Former DPR. Okay, so I think your concern is what we just addressed in the presentation.
Hello, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me respond there. As an operator, then as a regulator, you now cap it up. So regulator will cap it up. Let me explain as an operator. So I think from what, like I said before, there are incentives that has been provided by law for operators. One of the issues that operators cannot build gas gathering plants or gas processing plants is economic feasibility. It's not economical. You can't spend millions of dollars and you're just putting something. So, but now with laws we have, it's possible. It's not possible. So operators are now tying to those incentives to make sure that we commercialize our gas. So that's how I want to respond to that. So let's allow the regulator to respond.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mrs. Asogwangozi, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Yes, and I want to buttress what he's saying about gas. You know, we are in the decade of gas from between 2021 and 2030. And with the signing of the Petroleum Industry Act, government has actually taking gas as our transition fuel. So, and there's a funding now. There's a what they call midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund. That fund is to support gas infrastructure because it is very expensive. So one of the major use for that fund is to reduce gas flare and actually eliminate it, as what Oga was saying. To reduce the gas flare and eliminate it, and then to support people that want to invest in gas. So because of the risk, you share risk sharing on part of government. So the bill was signed in 2021, and you know how it will take with time. We're going to get to where you're saying. Yes. So government is taking gas seriously. I just want to bring that to bear here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and that should be the end. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's an ongoing discussion that doesn't end. It's just started. Please, let's rise and go for lunch. Thank you, everybody. Please check your bags. You have your ticket for day one. Go straight to the restaurant. Thank you. to the topics and the locations where they'll be holding. So we have unveiling new possibilities in HSC management. Demitas Odopura. Yeah, something like that. So he's right here at this hall. I don't know if he's around or is he a she? Please, is the speaker here? Madam Angela, the one holding here, the speaker is here. Is the speaker available? He's outside, have we? Okay, so that will be holding here. I'll take that again. That's unveiling new possibilities in HSC management. That's holding right here. Please. Okay, let me say the next one. We have business economics for the safety profession. That's John and Edeb. All right. John Will Edeb? Sorry. John Will Edeb. Please, is the person available? Okay, thank you. That's you, sir. Okay, so that is holding at the executive hall. The executive hall is the hall upstairs where we had lunch. So that staircase, that's where that is holding. This is business economics for the safety profession. Please, if you're interested in that, kindly go to that location. And then for those of us who have seen our program, there's an alteration on the last subject for the day. So the safety ramification is no longer holding today. What's holding now at the CAS hall is, we call that enhancing safety through emotional intelligence. That is going to be held by a certain Mr. Rome Daniels. It's holding at CAS hall. So please, kindly let's make our movements right now. And as you go, please, at the front and at the back, please kindly inform everybody that breakout sessions are on right about now. Please don't be too comfortable here like we had in the first session. We need to move. If you are moving to exclusive or CAS hall, we need to move now. Thank you very much. Okay, please let's begin to go. Please. You can do the background music. Let it continue. Let our guest speakers for this session here holding in this hall, let him please come over. Okay, nobody's moving. We need to move. Okay. All right. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rume. My name is Rume Daniels. I am privileged to facilitate this session with us. And if you don't mind, let's get settled very quickly so we can get to it. We have quite a bit to cover in a very short time. I am grateful to the ESP for another opportunity to do this, the third year running. So, since Michael Goldman wrote his book, Working with Emotional Intelligence in the late 80s, the book has gone on to be a bestseller and has become a very powerful tool in many business schools all over the world. Emotional intelligence has become a thing. Interestingly, well, not very precise, a few years ago, at the Global Economic Summit at Davos, they ranked emotional intelligence among the top 10 skill sets that every professional needs going into 2025. Emotional intelligence was ranked, I think, number 4 of that. And even in an AI-driven world, it's becoming much more in demand as our world experiences a serious change. So I know that for some of us have come across that material by Michael Goldman. If you haven't, it would be a good time to. And then, of course, since then, he has gone on to write a few more. And he has a very recent one out. Any material you see out there by Michael Goldman, please pick it up. It will be very helpful for our professional growth. All right. So let's just get started right away and not hesitate at all. So on the screen is what emotional intelligence is all about. It's a summary definition, and it's one of the definitions probably that summarizes everything about emotional intelligence and how we, relate to that subject. So if you don't mind, please, on the screen, emotional intelligence is the ability to identify our own emotions and those of others, actually. To self-motivate ourselves, something that really very much needs to be overemphasized now, self-motivation. And then, of course, know how to monitor our emotions and those of the people around us. That's a lot because managing one emotion is enough. Having to manage other people's emotions along with us is some other, work on its own. But that's it. And those are the issues that deal heavily on emotional intelligence, perceiving our emotions and those of others, understanding those emotions, managing them, of course, using them to our own benefits, whether they're ours or they are for others. EI, of course, is applicable to every sector. It has no limitations across sectors. But as safety professionals, we know very well that our work is very sensitive to the end where we even see how to apply that to our daily operations as safety professionals. It's a very massive role that we occupy. So some of the things that we look at is the fact that AI fosters a positive work environment. All right, very positive work environment. An environment where people, not just us, our team members, operations, account, everyone is very EI conscious. and AI savvy, that environment is always going to be a positive one. The environment is always safety conducive in the long run. Improves communication. During our keynote speaker's presentation earlier in the day, Dr. Dari spoke about communication with such, fire. Like I said to him after his presentation, I said that was a fiery presentation. And I have delivered trainings on leadership for over a decade of my life, about 15 years. And what I had today was probably one of the most fiery presentations, and I felt there was much more to give in such a limited time. But he spoke about the subject of communication under the 6 C's that he was talking about. And one of the things he said, and I like to repeat, is the fact that communication literally is the lifeblood of every team, every organization. So, an organization that has its team, me and you, very emotionally intelligent, conscious, high in our, emotional intelligence, we always have an open communication system that allows for free flow. Everybody is ready to speak at any time without being afraid, all right, to speak up. And of course, that's a beautiful place to be. It's a beautiful system and organization to be. Okay? All right, so that's thought, and then this is quite slow to respond, okay? Enhanced collaboration, better conflict resolution, yes. And then we have increased motivation, higher productivity, and finally, adaptability. Beautiful, beautiful importance right here. So we can't be speaking about emotional intelligence and not connect with the benefit of that which we're talking about. I think it was Dr. Miles Morrow many years ago who said, when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse of that thing will be inevitable. In this case, I like to say that when the importance of a thing is not known, we don't simply put a lot of emphasis on that thing because we feel it's not. Now, look at the list, and it's endless. It's inconclusive, actually. But let's just take adaptability, which is a word that probably speaks of how flexible, how, fluid we are in a world that is extremely fast changing. We call it a VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. That's what the VUCA stands for. I believe, yeah. And I know that they've added a few Ds, about 2 or 3 Ds to the back of the VUCA. There's diversity, there's disruption. But in a world like that, basically, since the Second World War and those acronyms came forth, the world hasn't known as much change. The change that we experience is powerful, extremely powerful. Even those of us in the oil and gas sector, as long as it is technology driven, today's world is experiencing so much change. The willingness to change at the slightest shift of it, it's actually traceable to emotional intelligence as well. Someone who is low in emotional intelligence, a professional who is low in emotional intelligence will say things like, there's no need to actually be, willing to change, in the sense that, every time the organization we work for is trying to implement a new change, we'll be the ones to literally stall those things. Recently, someone said that she feels for a lot of very elderly people in the workplace, the people we call baby boomers. I think that's the generation before millennials. And then we have the Gen Z. This is the generation literally that has 4 generations working together. And she feels that the top 2 of those generations are the ones that are less willing to adapt. But I've seen people in their 50s. I actually seen someone in his 60s, really, who is very, very adaptive. Very adaptive. For instance, ChatGPT came out in November 2022. He was one of the first users of ChatGPT in his late 50s. If my mother was still alive, she would be one of those people who would have been using ChatGPT from the day it came out. So there are some people like that, flexible enough to adapt to change, willing to even lead the change sometimes. And that speaks of a high sense of emotional intelligence in such a person. It's not naturally easy to do. It's something we grow into over time. Because all of us here, we are just okay with things. We're good with our status quo. Everybody is okay. That's why it becomes very, very difficult sometimes when a new team member comes or a new boss comes to adapt, because things have to change, things have to shift. And in the stages of team building, they say we have to form, then we have to storm, and then we have to normalize things. That's norming. And then after normalizing, we have to perform. Now, that formation stage happens literally every time in our organizations, and I can say it for certainty, with all my short experience in the workspace, it is one of the most difficult things to do. Start afresh, adapt to a new team member, get on a new boss and trying to, flow with them and change the way we've always done things, especially if the person is quite a change agent and a transformational leader. A lot of people really are resistant to change. And so one of the ways that drives that allows for, in this case, not just physical safety, but I also talk about mental safety as well, within our space, within our culture, within our system. EI is one of those that makes it happen. Emotional intelligence drives that. And I'm speaking on that last one alone. So if you take the second to last one, which is productivity, the ability for a team member to literally produce, and of course, going back to Dr. Dari again, and he spoke about this earlier in such fiery manner. If you see team members in such, a mood, who are self-driven, who will not be told what to do, they will usually take the initiative. Just go check them. They're high on emotional intelligence. And so the importance of this is huge. And so right now I feel that as important as this is, a lot of organizations haven't paid so much importance to this. And how I know is that in-house, whether it's an in-house training or an external one being done, or a lot of organizations are not doing that. And if your organization is doing that, thank God. And please continue to do it, because this is the world that really needs it, especially in an AI-driven world. We need more of this. Just a little paraphrase. I follow Michael Goldman on Instagram. On LinkedIn rather. And his latest posts, for those of us who follow him, or if you've ever, just check in Michael Goldman, Emotional Intelligence. It's right there. It's a newsletter he has very often. He wrote something about is emotional intelligence something that AI will eventually have. He was talking about how humanoids or how artificial intelligent robots literally can take on the persona of a human with emotions. Is it possible? He was asking that. I read that with so much, probing, and I was responding to a few thoughts that were on that chat. And I spoke to my wife about it some days ago. I said, maybe in future, robots will learn how to take on, an emotional outlook. And when that really happens, that's a different thing altogether. Because the efficiency with which robots produce the results they produce, if they take on the persona of emotional intelligence that really is our purview as human beings, if they do that, that's a different thing altogether. It means they can cry, it means they can sense, it means they can be empathetic. Can a robot do that? Well, time will tell. But right about now, in a world as this, AI is king in terms of how we literally will do that differentiation as humans and artificial intelligence. Some of the benefits are right there as well. All right, increased team performance, decreased occupational stress, and occupational stress is a thing today. It's a serious thing today. One of my colleagues has been looking stressed since I saw her last night. I was here last night, and she has not really rested. Today, I saw her standing right behind there, and I said, "You still look like you need some sleep." She said, "Yeah." Could tell. Occupational stress is real. Some of us probably haven't even had a massage in a very, very long time. I mean, when I say massage, I mean a body massage. It will do some good. But it's a thing. It's a thing, especially if you're in a city like Lagos. I think Abuja doesn't have so much traffic. I'm not so sure. But for those of us who live in Lagos and Port Harcourt, we're enjoying the life that is quite stressful. Am I making sense? Okay, some people are not answering. Some people have found a way to cope around that, but I still haven't been able to deal with it. if there's anything in the world that gives me, my team members, the capacity to be able to make sound decisions, I need to embrace that on time. One of the things that one of my bosses taught me in the early days of my work life after school was how to think on my feet. He was always saying, I wanted you to be able to think on your feet. I didn't know what that meant on time until I read a book, and maybe this might be helpful to somebody. I do this a lot in my presentations. I like to make references to materials. So by now you've heard me make reference to Michael Goldman's materials. Please, I'm going to add another one. It's titled The 360-Degree Leader by Dr. John Maxwell. Right? Some of us have seen that book. Yeah. So I read that and found out how to lead my boss. It was not something I knew that was possible. I used to think leadership was top-down approach. I used to think leadership was something that I needed to do because I had the influence over my subordinates. And until I saw that material from Dr. John Maxwell, I had no idea it was possible to lead my boss. And I found out that leading my boss required me to be proactive, needed me to think on my feet, just like one of my early bosses was always saying, be proactive, take decisions. Emotional intelligence, literally, is key for that. It's going to make a huge difference. Please, I'm going to recommend again, in case you've not taken note of this earlier, please write it down, Working with Emotional Intelligence. By the way, you could go on YouTube. There are a lot of materials around that. You, your team, your department, you can start in the unit where you work. If you're not the head right there, you can literally begin to introduce that gradually. I think that's a little bit of what I did in my own time as well as a junior team player. I began to get that material in gradually. I remember I had a very difficult boss once, and I'm saying this because somebody might be sitting here saying, but I have a very difficult boss that's challenging. You can't strike a proper professional conversation with such a boss. They're always antagonizing you, especially for those of us who are fresh out of school. They call us otondos or names that are not befitting of a professional person. And I didn't know how to, but eventually, when I got that material and read it, I bought one for my boss and said, thank you, sir, just taught you, and gave it to him. And I had no idea if he was going to read it or not. And months later, he comes back and begins to, teach us things he was reading from there. But interestingly, I'm talking about the power to make those decisions, really, and it helps the team. And of course, we have so much more right there. Whatever you see on the screen, if you feel free to add your own to it, yeah, please do. I'm always very mindful as well that in a conference like this, and earlier this was said at the very beginning, a conference is not just about information dissemination. One of the things a conference does for us is also inspiration. And interestingly, one of the things I love the most is networking, ability to connect with people. That being said, that part of inspiration, I realized that there are some things that I have heard today that had nothing to do with my professional life. There are some principles that I pick up in a meeting like this that I can adopt to my finances, to my relationships, and things like that. I'm saying this because of one of the very key leadership or professional, traits or skill sets that needs to be developed. And of course, earlier in the day, Dr. Dari also mentioned emotional intelligence. And I was smiling because literally I realized that this is probably one of the hugest one that cuts across my life at work and my life at home. And at home, I mean my life as a husband, my life as a father, my life as a sibling to my siblings, my life to my parents or my in-laws and all of that. This is it. And if I mastered this, I could literally lead an amazing life altogether. So I'm just trying to drive at how important this is, and hopeful that a lot of us can use this. On the screen as well is data. Dr. Dari talked earlier about leaders having access to quality and quantity information, data, being able, and so look at right there, 90% of top performers in the world are high on emotional intelligence. Leaders with EI are more than twice as likely to be highly emotionally resilient, and resilience is a thing in our world today, especially with the current situation, not just in Nigeria, but globally. All right, emotional intelligence is top predictor of high potential, literally. And then, of course, I like the fact that managers trained in EI deliver twice more profit than those who are not. If we bring that, this is data that was used for a lot of managers. If we bring that to the safety profession, it's most likely going to be the same thing. A safety professional who is high on emotional intelligence will most likely deliver twice more results than their counterparts that aren't, because this is a data that was done globally. This was not a Nigerian data, literally. So that's that. So our intelligence quotient and emotional intelligence together bring us the success we need. Of course, IQ is what has made all of us have our first degrees, our PhDs, and what have you. But it is said, and this is quite interesting, please, for those of us, look, please, can we read this part together, please? Everybody, can we? IQ helps you to, yeah. The rest is 80%. Now, someone say, is this true? Is this true? Is this true? And all of that. Again, this was, a statement of fact that had literally been done and made by way of a lot of data put together. So in my work as a training consultant now, I work with a lot of people. In fact, one of my very, very long-standing clients, please let me share a story of him. Anybody from Warri Port Harcourt Axis will know him because his company is around that area. It's an oil servicing company, upper wellheads, casing pipe, gas lift mandrels. Those are the things he deals with. He was a driver for a company, and he worked in that company for close to 10 years. When he was leaving, they did a send-forth for him, and he had literally set up that oil service company that he runs right now, OANL, that's what it's called. I met him about 7 years ago. I've done work with that company for 7 years. But this is where I'm going to with this. Speaking about IQ, EQ, let me say this. When he was in the company, Enval, where he worked as a driver, he used to drive a white bus. And when he gets to the field, instead of staying in the driver's mess where they watch movies and all of that, he will wear their overall, put on the hat, wear a boot, and go to the field. And he said there was this, of course, where they were not permitted to walk past the safety line. He wouldn't be allowed to go through because he was not trained to be an engineer. But all he just did was just to look. And he did that every single day. And the story goes that one day there was more or less like an emergency. And they had need of someone to hold on to certain, I think the drilling bits or something. And he was permitted to go past that line. All right? Of course, he was properly kitted. He had his PPE all well, so he was ready. His hand gloves, everything. He had been there every day. In fact, they almost thought he was one of them, except that they could tell that he was not an engineer. And from that day on, they began to allow him and began to train him manually. I don't know if that's ethical, but that's what began to happen. And then, of course, his interest in that field began to... His colleagues kept on asking him, what's your problem? They pay you to be a driver. What are you going to do on that field? What's your problem? And he kept saying, if I sit down here to watch the movies, what am I gaining? And that's where his interest... Anyway, long and short of that is, I see this guy every single time, and I'm grateful to see men like that. And I say men like that because that is one of several across the country that has no degree from any university in the country, but has in his work, employment, an amazing array of graduates, all right? MD, when you have managers with your MBA, your MSc, engineers working, and nobody can tell. Most people can't even tell that he does not have a degree. Same thing with, if you're using a Technophone and an Infinix phone, there's a likelihood that Decotex has imported it. Because for the Infinix phone, his 47% of that share of the Nigerian market, he imports them from Hong Kong. When, I'll not call his name as well too, when he walks into the office, you would think it is one of the drivers in the company who has walked in. His humility is at another level. But his lieutenants, everybody, I think in the head office there's nobody without a master's degree. And he's an example of someone who's like a lamb with lions, a team of aggressive professionals, powerful professionals. And what has taught me over time is, I hear people say things like, he didn't go to school, and of course we all understand now, really, that there is a difference between education and schooling. And for someone like me who loves school a lot, I was raised by, parents who really wanted us to really go to school. But I see a lot now, and painfully there are a lot of people out there in the generation called the Gen Z who are saying, school, app, and all of that, because they still believe that they can survive without these things. What I've said so far is just not to look down on what we have achieved with all of the, educational backgrounds we have. But to say that with all of that, some of us here will probably know one or two family, friends, neighbors, even maybe ourselves, who have had to report to maybe a business person who doesn't have as much qualification as we do have, but have, such influence over resources that are beyond what we have, control over. And that tells us what emotional intelligence really does for anybody. So developing that skill set itself, I think this is something we can really add to the discussion today. All right. Self-reflections, as simple as that is something we need to practice. The Indians do it a lot. Yoga practice, just meditate a whole lot. And basically that's one of the ways to do it, to develop that skill set itself. And then emotional regulation techniques. And of course, mindfulness is in fact, when I was talking about yoga, that's what I meant. Mindfulness. And then, of course, a little bit of self-talk. Deep breathing, some of us have practiced it here, especially if you have any sort of anger issues. I know people who breathe. Some of us have seen them. They are breathing like they're going to break something. Yeah. I know someone who mastered that with just breathing technique. He just begins to do this, and then he begins to calm himself down and all of that. Some of us here, women, men, it doesn't matter the gender, we manage our anger issues differently. When I initially just got married and I realized I used to easily get angry, I would just politely walk out of the room. All right? Because I saw as a young boy how, gender-based violence was something I made up my mind never to do. So I'll just get up and walk away in the anger and then come back. Every time I walked away. So earlier, Dr. Dari said leaders are people rushing into the country, excited. And then you go to the departure lounge and you see our guys are going everywhere else. And so I am asking myself all the time, always asking the question, why are we running out of the problems and these guys running into the problems? And people have given me all manner of, and I feel that it's probably very, very true that as entrepreneurs, thank you. So basically, whatever works for you, it's important that you find how that is. And then let me just add communication training, all right? What that really means that you could take a course in public speaking, take a course in writing, and please, there are loads of them everywhere. There are some people who like to work from the background. They say they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be heard. They just want to make things happen. Please don't be that person. Don't be that person. The world is too fast changing. You might not have the luxury in the near future to continue to hide at the background. What you can do at the background, AI can do it easily now. Now you will need to speak. You need to be vocal. You need to speak. Let me just add this. 2 years ago, I was having a workforce retreat at Alausa in Lagos. and a young man raised his hand and said, I have this boss who says I should not bother speaking up. I'm not paid to speak up. He says, you are saying we should bring our ideas to the marketplace, but I have a boss who told me that my ideas were not needed. Why should I be speaking when I should be at my station? And so he was asking a question what he should do because he wanted to run away from the job. I stood at that meeting listening because I was facilitating a session, and I was hearing something his boss was saying that he was not hearing. His boss was not there present. He was the one reporting his boss to us. We didn't have the luxury of having his boss speak on his behalf. But in my mind now, because I'm now an employer of labor, all right, I could tell that this guy is not hearing what the man was saying. So I said, thank you for all you did, but just go practice this. I'm not going to tell you what your boss is saying, but practice this. There's a difference between what you say and how you say. I'm speaking about communication right now. There's a difference between what you say and how you say it. In fact, there's also the dimension of when you say it and why you say it. Why is motive? When is timing? How is strategy? What is just the issue? Is the ideas, the thoughts that I'm trying to convey. But there's a difference between what and how. It's the same thing back at home. It's the same thing as a father, as a husband. There's what I say, there's how I say it. And my spouse will take it, in a different light. All of us here understand how that is. I said, so go back. Instead of trying to speak to your boss, get your laptop, type a one-pager proposal, and let your boss know. This is what I think we should do, and this is why. Let him see the why. In other words, let him see the benefit to the company, whether by way of bottom line or some sort of advantage to the operations. I said there's no employer of labor that does not want to see his company improve. It's just that he doesn't want to see you leave his... So it's how you're doing it that is a problem. Anyway, long and short of the matter is that he goes back and the rest is history. He didn't run away again. And so I'm talking about developing the ability to communicate, all right? And a lot of us are probably, even let me just add this, even on social media. If you're in this room and you're not on LinkedIn, for instance, that's already an error, all right? The future employments you're ever going to get, some of the most important employments you're going to get all over the world, your CV is not paper anymore. It's actually LinkedIn. Some of us know this. But painfully, I go on LinkedIn and I still see some people writing very unnecessary things. Some people don't know the ethics of that community. And it's part of being able to be strategic with communication. All right, I see young professionals come on social media and write in very childish, very funny ways. And of course, I don't know who this is for, but it's quite important that we master that. And whatever time is required for us to learn how to improve communication, it's very, very key. This is one of the ways to increase our emotional intelligence. I say this to you. People who don't know how to communicate, all right, have anger issues a lot. Go check it out. That's why, sorry, this is not to, talk about people who stutter. But you realize a lot of people who stutter have anger issues. Because people don't get to how will I say now? People don't receive what it is they're saying on time and they want to express it, but it's not coming out the way they want to. It's the same thing for someone who is not stuttering and who, wants to communicate but doesn't have the confidence to do it, or is not doing it professionally enough and people are not taking that person serious. All right? And so you realize really that those people have very low ability to literally handle a lot of other things emotionally. And this is very, very, that's why a man will get back and shout, don't you know I'm the head of the home? Because interestingly, that's the way he's wired. He's not built, the resilience enough to be able to handle those emotional pressures that are coming from the spouse. I need to move past this very quickly. This communication can move on. All right, so leaders with high emotional intelligence literally always take responsibility. They never blame people for who they are. In other words, for who those people are. They take responsibility for who they are. And that's why, for instance, right about now, I'm not saying this now because I'm an employer. I have done this for years before I ever employed the first person I am paying now. And I think this is it. I never talk down at a tough boss. In fact, every time I had a tough boss, I became very excited about those bosses. So if you're in this room, you have a difficult boss, I say, thank God for your life. Think about it. Nothing of what
on this earth was ever gotten in a very easy way. Gold goes through its its own struggles. Diamonds go through the struggles. Told years of coal being transformed into, so that pressure brings out the best and makes it gold altogether. For those of us in the oil and gas, we know literally that it's fire that refines. Nothing of what goes, So anybody who tells me I have a very difficult boss, I feel like resigning, I say you're about to make a bloody mistake. I said one of the greatest gifts you can have is to have a tough boss. Tough boss. I had a friend of mine who was working and senior management level in a manufacturing company in Lagos. Actually, I'm 7up. All right, two quick bosses. One was so tough, she was literally gasping for breath. And then the next one came, and he was just, yes, anything you want to do, yes. She came up and said, I preferred the one who was very, and meanwhile, when he was around, everybody was, now you have the opposite, who says, oh, anyhow you want to do it, Even when they were having, standards dropping, he was just okay with it. And she began to flip. No, I want you to back at us. I'm wondering, so what do you want? He's hard, I don't want. He's soft, I don't want. What do you want? So it was a very serious dilemma, but she began to understand when I began to tell her, I used to tell her that a tough boss is a gift to you because the tough boss brings out the best in you. And so that's a huge thing to understand. Anyway, I think I have a few minutes. Let's see how much of this we can. So that's the definition of an emotion. I think I love that very first definition, literally. But the second one there says that's a response to people, places, or events. And this is it. And then there are triggers that trigger literally all our emotions, all of them. If you look on the screen, there are quite a number of them. I don't know if they're so clear. Being told on, waiting too long, hunger. For many men, they say a hungry man is an angry man. I don't know if that's true. But so the list is endless, and this is not exhaustive. I don't know which one triggers you, but many years ago, I remember getting for a colleague of mine who used to be quite oppressed in the office because she was not doing very well. So I bought her a book. I can't remember the author of the book right now, but I saw it in the bookshop. It was titled, Who is Pushing Your Button? That's the title of that book. And after reading it, she came back. She was a different person. She literally began to act much better, began to deal with the boss in them, And then, of course, eventually she also read 360-Degree Leader because we're working in the same organization when I read that myself, and things changed. There's nobody who is a bad staff. They just need to find the best way to get the best out of them. Now, that's a bullet right there. And every single day, emotional bullets are being shot. Some of us here are the ones shooting it. We're the trigger for others. And, of course, for us, many of us are responding to. And don't forget, bullets can be different things. Events, it can just be the news. For my wife, it's the news. In fact, every time we listen to the story of Nigeria on the news every day, two different emotions, we've begun to deal with it much better now as we grew older. The news hasn't changed, but we changed. So her emotion was tears. My wife at the time will always be, what do we do? She was always helpless and almost in tears at those times of our early days in marriage. This is our 14th year now. And mine was anger. I would hit my hand on the table, my fist out of anger and frustration. So you could see two extremes, all right? Frustration, anger. So that was the news. In fact, at some point, our response to that was to not listen to the news, just to keep our emotional sanity, right there. And for some other people, it could just be friends. I know somebody whose emotional trigger is, an in-law. Every time the phone rings and she just says, in fact, she goes into depression immediately without saying anything. So there's so many people responding to different things, and we don't know what is yours. So mastering those emotions, help. And respond to emotional bullets must be done properly. So high EQ literally helps us sustain and that's the key word there. Please take note of that third line there. Intentional feeling. Intentional and response. All right? I think it was Stephen R. Covey that introduced the concept of response and reaction. Yeah.
in his book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, before he died many years ago. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He said the difference between reaction and action and response, basically. And so if you look right there, response is the positive reaction. Reaction is a negative reaction. And the key here is the fact that I can be intentional about the way I want to feel. That, for me, became powerful. That's why I love the subject of emotional intelligence. The fact that I can literally take charge of the response I want. That I don't have to allow anybody, anything, or any place decide how I feel. That I have to be king and lord of my actions. And I have to take responsibility over how I feel at any given time. That's why I can never say to anybody that Nigeria is bad. In fact, every time there is a debate about how bad Nigeria is, you need to count me out. I get up and I walk away. I get it. So when people used to say, oh, you don't want to talk about it, right? And I said, look, if I talk about it, I'll be... So I just sit down and I don't say anything, you know? So I deliberately am conscious about that. Some of us here have begun to understand that we can't give power to... The country is too stressed enough. The world is too stressed enough for us to now begin to adjugate responsibility for how we feel, respond to things, to someone else or to something else. And this is very, very, very important. Okay, so please, I'm going to beg you, can we read this together? Please, wherever you are, I want to beg you to please read with me. Let's do this together. I want to go. If someone makes you, please, let's do this together. Everybody want to go. If someone makes you, the person, not everybody is reading. I just wanted to draw your attention to that. The person is in charge at that moment. All right? He called me mad. And so, yeah. And then I began to respond. Yeah. That's the person in charge at that point. So you're either a slave to your emotions or not, or you're a master to it. And so basically, I think that is the summary of that particular thought. The fact that, and that's it in red right there, the person is in charge. Person is in charge. Sorry, I'm just going to mention this. This might be too personal to mention, but I'll just mention it. So as many years ago, before I got married, fresh out of school, I was living on Mole Phase 1 at the time in Lagos. And in the estate I lived, there used to be war. In fact, both Cold War and World War II happened in a particular house. Every time they started, everybody in the estate just goes silent because want to hear what was happening. I don't want to go into all the details. But what I'm driving at right now is this, that this man loved football. He was a football fan, a Chelsea fan. He and his wife are both Chelsea fans, basically. And every time they started the war, all right, the woman just went, what? That's it. After you hear that statement, the next thing you're going to hear is, bah! Something was going to break. It was always the curved TV, and the man loved giant-sized TVs. While I was in that estate, he bought at least 5 or 6. And it was, you know, they were just coming out then. They were just very expensive. She just said, what nonsense! Bah! I'm like, television, 1 million has gone. Every time. Strange enough, this is the strange part. After 1 hour of that noise, they jumped into the car together in Chelsea t-shirts and drove out of the estate. I don't know how they did it. I don't know. And honestly speaking, let me say this with all the glory to God. They are still together. They didn't kill each other. They didn't divorce each other. No. Meanwhile, I know certain people who haven't gone through half of that. Physical violence, they just say, I don't like the way he talks to me, I can't handle it anymore. There's just low resilience, and it baffles me. So the threshold for different people is different. And that's why, honestly speaking, if there's anything that, this 11th edition of this, PDC conference will be, telling you to do, is to build your emotional intelligence, not just for today, but just, the days ahead are literally going to be quite tough, and a lot of people need to be quite resilient as it is. All right? So that's another one that I don't have control over what happens to me. I have control over what I do. The response I have, I don't have control over. I don't have control over the weather. I don't have control over anything. I don't have control over my boss. I have control over everything. Only myself, rather, but everything else. That is a little bit of information that a lot of us are very, very aware of, all right? Intentional growth and default growth. All right? Now, this is it. This is why we have that there. So you are we are the ones that need to take care of ourselves. Please, if you don't mind, you can just read this out to yourself, one as fast as the other. Make the right choices yourself. Sort yourself out. You make the right choices. I focus on myself. All right? And someone will say this is quite selfish. All right? But if you read, for those of us, I don't know if it's like that in the Quran, but in the Holy Book, in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. So if I love myself, then I should love my neighbor the way I love myself. Some people have turned that around. But it's just in plain, it says, love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. Oh, okay. So, it has changed? Oh, okay. All right, so, okay. All right. So, this is you. I'm just saying that we need to literally take care of ourselves. Literally. All right? I need to round up here, but a number of us will be flying back in a few days' time to wherever we've come from. It doesn't matter how many times we fly. There's one ritual that happens literally every time. And that's the ritual of the air hostesses standing on the aisle telling us what to do in case there's an emergency, right? And one of the things they say to us every time is that in the case of an emergency, you see that oxygen mask? They tell us to wear it on who first? Please, on who first? Have you ever heard any time, anywhere in the world, they say you should wear it on your kid first? But you see that as mothers, in fact, especially mothers, the natural instinct is to save the child first. All right? I remember one day I was driving on Refinery Road and one guy came on one way and I didn't see the car. I didn't know how I swerved with one hand, but my mother was sitting next to me in the car, and my hand went like this from holding steering. My hand just she had a seatbelt on, but my instinct was to protect the woman first. I was only two in the car, and I was like this and swerving. When the car had slowed down, she now removed my hand gradually. She said, "Thank you." So basically, we want to save the people around us. But in reality, we need to take care of ourselves first. We need to be around to take care of others. Are we together? This is where we stop this. I hope this has been useful to you. Thank you very much, everybody. If we have any questions or anything to say, can we just share together, please? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Dr. Philly. I want to find out, is there a metrics that you can use to measure emotional intelligence? And also, I know that your emotions can also determine how you function at work. And that could make you develop some risky behaviors and can also increase your rate of error. So is there a metrics in which you can use to measure emotional intelligence, and is there any proven method of improving on it to increase on safety?
Okay, thank you very much. So for starters, I'm just going to mention that Michael Goldman has such a metrics. In fact, on his website, he has those, and there are. So again, these are tools that are available for us online, literally. I'm not sure that there are softwares that we have in organizations that do any of those. So yes, a whole lot of that are online, they're available. But without even those metrics, I'd like to say that I'm not sure that once a person is mentally unstable, the person who, so some people don't know when they've gotten to that point. Some people don't know. I didn't get there. Please, do you mind just leaving that presentation later? Let me see if I could show you something. Back to where I was. So I want to show you 4 levels because literally people are on different levels. So there's the, unconscious incompetence level. There's a conscious incompetence level. There's the, please put it. Okay, good. Please hurry. Hurry. I want to just show you that, and then I wish you had. Okay, beautiful. That's where it just was. So those 4 levels helps to explain literally this. So some people are here where, in fact, it's called amygdala hijack. That's what it's called. Where, okay, that's the second level. But if you look at this very well, these people, terrible. In fact, this is the worst place to be. Never wrong. How can someone be never wrong? These are the kind of people at work or at home, you talk to them and they pick up a fight with you. Always ready to fight. Always hot-tempered. Always reacting. Always ready. Always. These people do not even know that they are incompetent at their emotional, journey. They don't know. They don't know at all. They don't know. These are the ones never taking correction. But this other set, quite interesting. And it's a very sensitive one as well. Because these guys, all right, they can't stop themselves. They know what the issue is, all right, but they can't stop themselves. They lack empathy and emotional resilience. But guess what? They always regret. So you can imagine somebody who says, I'm sorry, and that's what's called amygdala hijack, where the person has finished doing what they want to do, and then they feel bad after that. There are some people in this room like that. Yeah. They feel, in fact, they finish slapping this person before they realize they shouldn't have slapped. Yeah. That's this place. So this is something really quite interesting. And then there's this conscious competence level. Literally, it's a good place to be, but it's not the best place here. They hardly lose their cool, and a lot, all right? A lot is beautiful about this. And then there's the unconscious competence level. Now, what I was going to say is this, that for anybody who literally is beginning to make mistakes, is messing up things, is angry, is cranky, is, just having errors, and this is not used to be part of them, at that point, once those begin to happen, you already know that there's something wrong somewhere. Begin to know. You know there's something wrong somewhere. You know there's something wrong somewhere. And I didn't get to that, but I must say that Nigeria is one of the places in the world where a lot of people can be very, very depressed but don't have help. In fact, we even put a stigma around people who have any mental issue. And a few years ago, I was driving in the city, and a psychiatrist said, the people who are mad in our city that we see without clothes on the street make up just 5% of the actual mad people. She said most mad people are in suits, they are in overalls, they are in lab coats, all right? They're going through a lot of emotional issues, they're depressed, but we don't know yet. And a lot of people are not emotionally sensitive enough to take care. In fact, we live in a world where sometimes if you're not careful, when you say something to somebody, they use it against you eventually. So people don't know how to deal with their emotional issues. And it's a lot. Mr. Femi, I'm supposed to stop here, right? Good. So it's a whole lot. But what I'm going to just say in this case is this. Please find what works for you. All right? For me, it's comedy. I have my comedians. Once I am stressed, I go to comedy. And once I am stressed and I want to sleep, I have my jazz. It's saxophone jazz. Just play any saxophone jazz for me. I am in third heaven. I read very well in that. So I know what works for me, comedy and saxophone jazz. So you need to find what works for you. I know some people that once they're in that stressed mode, they want to talk to a friend, trusted friend. So please find what works for you, because nobody is really coming to help you. Remember, you have to sort yourself out, right? So thank you, everybody.
So we are going right away to the next session. This hall will be Health and Safety, Social Sustainability in Action. Health and Safety Living, Social Sustainability in Action. It will be taken by Dapsi Omolade Dakpo. Then the next one will be Safety Management System in Healthcare, Barriers and Suggestions for Implementation. That will be taken by Dikocha Chamaka Jennifer at Exclusive Hall. Please, we are pleading. Let's go and join that session, those of us that can. Because we have noticed that a lot of people don't want to move. Please, she's a young presenter and we want to encourage her. Please, please, please. I know a lot of us want to stay with Dakpo, but please, let's try and encourage her. Please, please. I'm going there now, so those that want to go can join me. Thank you. Oga Dakpo, the stage is yours. Okay, sorry.
That would have been nice. So that those that want to go with him.
Okay, Oga Dakpo, is that what you want? Okay, so please. Okay, so we are making that switch. We are making that switch right away. Those that want to follow Oga Dakpo to CAS, please, Rume, there is a change. Oga Dakpo has volunteered to go to CAS. So please bring Jennifer here. So those that want to follow Dakpo should go. Then Jennifer will come here. Please follow. So that Jennifer... Rume, please now. Go and get Jennifer here. From where? Is it CAS or exclusive? No, we're not using CAS. Exclusive, sorry. Exclusive. There is no session in CAS until that place is fixed. We're not using CAS again for today. Please, we're using exclusive. Exclusive, please. So Dakpo is in exclusive, while Jennifer is coming right away. So we want to strike a balance. So Jennifer is coming here so that we can encourage her, please. Thank you.
So that's how they went. So they didn't tell us if the operation was successful or not. But then the nurse that made the video was talking about how everything management could not. So basically, those are the barriers that we are more you can add. There's an industry that I will appreciate if we can now pay more attention to other industries. Or maybe next time you go to your annual checkup, you can just look around. What's changed? What impact? What the feedback the consultant. So just something you had. There are several serious areas you're looking at. Sometimes you look at assets. I'm almost done. Last slide, which talks about testing. So if you have the leaders or the management by your side, you can be sure that the system that you're trying to implement will come true. At least to a very good percentage. You need the leadership. First. The second thing, you need employee participation. So you cannot start driving a system and leave your employees behind. Right? I think Dr. Dari mentioned that you need to be able to communicate because you can be going front and either they are following you or they are running away from you. So you need your employees' participation. They need to understand what you're trying to do and participate. You need to engage them, seek their opinion because they are the ones facing this pain. They are the ones facing this burnout. Right? They can tell you how they feel and what they think. In most, for instance, in the manufacturing, you want to know some key things and oil and gas, just go and meet the operators. They'll tell you how the machine has been behaving, how they'll be managing it, how they will continue managing it. Just like doing a meeting or a hazard without the operators. It's not going to go very fine, right? So you need the employee participation. Training and education, very important, competence. You need to train them. Make them understand, this is a new thing we are bringing on board, right? Train them how to use it. It's not just bringing a system. You scrap out some staff, bring new staff. Okay, I want tech guys. Let these other people go. Why don't you train those that are present with you first? Train them, educate them on that new system, on the benefit of the new system you're bringing in. Then clear communication, like I earlier mentioned, you need to also be able to communicate with them so they can fully understand why we are doing this, how it will profit them. Allocation of sufficient resources. Insufficient resource was a barrier. So now you need to make sure that you have sufficient resources that has been allocated for that project, for the implementation project. So it's not enough to say you want to implement the safety management system in the organization. You need to have resources to actually implement that system in place. Regulatory compliance. Now you have to sit down and look at what are the legal requirements that I need to subscribe to as a health care. So you need to list them down and make sure you're following them through and not just doing it for that first time. You need to be up to date. So if you are to do your yearly renewal or monthly renewal or monthly reporting or quarterly, you need to be able to comply to those regulatory requirements. Incident reporting and investigation, it is important. So if there are incidents within the organization or within the industry, maybe a patient died. It's not their fault sometimes, but then you can ask, what happened? How did it go about? What did we do wrong? Right? If it's something that came from the side of the workers, it can make room for improvements, changes. right? You need to investigate. You also need to report it. Not just patients dead, but just the way we do incident reporting in our various industry. You also need to carry it out. And then the last one, which is very important, is continual improvement. You cannot just start and just stay there. As the world is changing, right? There's a change in trend. You need to also move along with that trend. Continual improvement. Yes, conclusion. Enhancing safety management system in healthcare industries requires a multifaceted approach involving several mediums, such as cultural change, effective communication, leadership engagement, and technology integration. Like I said, there are many. So these are just a few of them. So I think that's the end of this discussion, and thank you. Any question, contribution from anyone?
Thank you very much for that presentation. Let me start like this. First of all, you know, the healthcare system in Nigeria is more or less owned by most of the healthcare. They are government-owned, government and private-owned hospitals and other healthcares. You know that for a healthcare to subscribe for health and safety management system is a matter of choice for the organizations. So I remember, and those mandatory courses are not things you can waive. So for a healthcare system to be HSMS certified, all the clauses and the elements must be met. Because without that, you would not be given that certificate of that particular subscription. So what am I saying? Those mandatory courses, clauses and elements are things they must achieve. One of the key things that came up during the audit was that in case there is surgery going on within the hospital and there's an emergency, when you evacuate that and you've opened up the person, will you evacuate that person because you are practicing HSMS system? So there are some dilemma that will come up for you to know whether you will comply with the mandatory requirement or not. But as a way of continual improvement, which is a process migrating from maybe from where you were in the past to the present, it is expected that you must comply with those requirements. So it's key. Even though there are barriers, which you mentioned, those are what we see in human factors in implementing a very effective and efficient HSM management system. So one of the things that I want us to take away from here is that healthcare system in Nigeria is not yet, they've not gone to where they're supposed to be when it comes to HSM management system. So one of the things we could do, we look at those regulators who are supposed to, because it's optional if you want to, but if you don't want to subscribe, nobody will come and look at your process, is it not? So because it's a healthcare system, it is mandatory that healthcare should undergo this kind of subscription in order to sustain the kind of standard that is required of them. So thank you very much.
It's a well presentation. My own is just like a question or rather a contribution. Like I can remember in last 2 years or so, I was in the professional development conference in US. I think it was in Chicago. So there was a session that was going on then. Somebody presented a program on stress management. So I asked a question that because it is only in US mostly that you find out that in the healthcare, somebody is working in like 3 hospital or company. You work in the evening, maybe, and in the morning, then you are in another place. So, and it develops a lot of burnout and stress. So when I ask the question, what are they doing? Because they are the propagators of safety, even from there. But the question has not been answered even then clearly. So from our own here in Nigeria, I can commend our own policies, our government policies, because you cannot just work in 3 places or 2 without those management of that company allowing you to do whatever you feel like doing. You are working in another place. You didn't let them know that them. I think that one now, if the policies can be changed from different companies and health sectors, I think it will relieve us from that matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To add to the one you said, I think most times they finish their shifts early. So in the bid to make more money, you have someone, yeah? All right. You now have someone working on other shifts to make more money, and some are taxed, some are not taxed, and the like. So
I think the question you asked in Nigeria is not possible for several reasons. It's not even policy. Movement from one location to the next is extremely difficult for such a doctor. Let's say he's working in Kado now, and he finishes and is resuming in the next 1 hour somewhere else, close to Yanya. How is he going to do it? Can he meet up? So, natural phenomenon causes that. But the area I'm looking at is stress. The stress, the earlier speaker talked about the 4 mental consciousness. And if you look at the stress you talked about, you only picked about burnout. The real word is to talk about mental wellness. Many of us sitting down here, we all know if there is a machine out there at the door, at the exit, and we are told, let's go for a test for mental alertness to check if we are mentally stable. Some people will not come out of this room until that machine leaves that place. The reason is we don't want to be aware. Secondly, how will people see us if the machine shows that you are not mentally stable? But we really need to help ourselves. Mental stability is a spectrum. It's not just up, down only. It has level. So, in order not to burn out, in order not to have mental stress, we need to really articulate where we are on the spectrum and work towards bringing ourselves to the normal level. Thank you for your presentation. Very good one. Thank you, Jennifer.
thank you. Thank you all. Just an addition to one of the risks, I think I forgot to mention, you also have the risks of ergonomics. So they are either sitting or standing too much. Most medical practitioners, they encourage fitness, but unfortunately, they don't do it themselves. They encourage it. You see only very few that come out in the morning and they'll be telling you, I wish I can do it, but they don't do it. So these are some of the occupational risks which they also face. So if within the industry, they can have a day off or a day they'll say, okay, everybody come out and let's exercise. All those things we are promoting, let's do it ourselves. I think it also make a better workplace. So thank you everyone for listening.
That hospital is to subscribe for HSMS. Huh? In the course of auditing, we will request for such evidence whether they are doing the talk. So you cannot subscribe and yet you are not doing the talk. There must be evidence to confirm your claim that this is what the HSMS says and we are doing it according to what it is. So, except that organization did not subscribe and they are doing their operation in their own way. So that is why it is good For organizations that you want to retain their standard and you want to be sure, request for if they are certificated on HSMS. You will get those records and you'll be convinced. Because HSMS show me, is it not? You show me, not to tell me. When you show me, I see and I verify and confirm it. So it will help that when that is done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I want to ask a question. On a range of 1 to 10, right, within Nigeria, do you think it's possible for hospitals or healthcare industry to implement safety management system? Because you made a very valid point. I don't know because the way things are, like when the example you gave with emergency and surgical operation, what will happen at that point? Right? Would they also vacate the patient? So on a scale of 1 to 10, how possible is it for the Nigerian healthcare industry to implement safety management system effectively?
I think it's 2. 2. When I said 2 is this. There are a lot of factors to be done. The Nigerian system not works. Sorry to say that, we are Nigerians. But a lot of things don't work. We say they do it, but they don't do it. The records are not there. The only thing that can help us is the multinational companies that use these hospitals, this healthcare. They can request, because the HMO, the NHIS is on the increase, is it not? So most of the organizations are subscribing for the use as HMO. So if the government should request for you to give services to HMO, subscribe and get your certification. Are you getting me? You know that if you subscribe, after 3 years they come back. And if you fail, if you pass the first year, 3 years time, you could not meet up the requirement, they withdraw the certificate from you. So you strive to ensure that you sustain the standard. So like I said, that is the range I'm able to give you. Government is also not helping the issue too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the contribution. Thanks to everyone. Jennifer.
Because I can remember. Please, can we give a round of applause to her, please? We encourage you. You did well. Your topic was masterfully planned, clinically executed. Let's clap for her again, please. And you're talking about ergonomics. I just want to chip in something. Under HAC, MS, it's very, very important. Yes, the medical people will tell us, apply a lot of ergonomics, but they don't. A doctor will sit at the same place, attend to all the patients from morning till evening. And he's exposing himself to what we know as CTDS, cumulative trauma disorder, which is an end factor of, we call it under ergonomics risk factor. It is dangerous. Ergonomic injuries are more dangerous than open wounds. Most of us don't know. That is why at times in some corporations, it's very recommended that you use ergonomic chairs. Like this, the chairs we have here, they're not ergonomically designed. So once in a while, you get up and walk around so that you don't develop CTDS, cumulative trauma disorder. It will accumulate, for long sitting periods. After a while, you won't believe what will happen. You do it day in, day out. When it will boomerang, you won't believe. You're going to catch somebody winch, wait till you say I go deal with you. But why you are the harbinger of your own affliction? So let us always apply and adhere to economic principles. So we'll call it economics. Thank you, my young lady. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, man. Please, let's celebrate Jennifer. Please, Miss Jennifer, thank you so, so much. Amazing. Wow, what a day. I believe the one has been quite fulfilling, has lived up to its expectation. We'd love to literally close today. The entire leadership of the ASSP, thank you for putting the 11th edition together. We look forward to day 2 tomorrow morning. Again, we commence at 9 a.m. So please, wherever you are, be a little punctual. Some of us have already made it into the city. Some of us came in today, so we expect everybody to be here before 9 tomorrow. And we don't have the same situation we had just waiting for the hall to be even half full.
we have to wait a great deal. So please, let's be punctual tomorrow so that we can go through the sessions early enough. So once again, thank you very much. And I believe this is how we call it a day. Ma, is there anything we have to say before we go? Okay, a quick reminder that we have the parade, right? By 4:45 tomorrow. And also the party is for 6 p.m. tomorrow. Those reminders are very, very important. The president wants us to be aware of that. She has stressed on that. So please, is there anything we have to do towards the parade? Nothing. Okay, so that's that. So we are closed for the day. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Is that my? Yes, it's yours.